you cannot define family, nothing is a family. And they say that Western families are the places where the oppression of the so-called patriarchy begins. But in case of family policy, in Hungary, we again played by our own rules. We know that family is the place to transfer the values of parents to the next generation. If traditional families are gone, there is nothing that can save the West from going under. Therefore, last year in Hungary, we spent more than 6% of our GDP on family policy. All subsidies are already available to families following conception. Families automatically get tax breaks. The state takes over your student loans after your third child. Women are exempt from paying personal income tax for life after the birth
What is Cpac?
of their fourth
It stands
child.
for the Conservative Political Action Conference.
For mothers with 3 children.
It's where Republicans fundraise.
If you are not married yet, you should immediately find a Hungarian wife. In the last 10 years, ladies and gentlemen, the last 10 years, the number of marriages has doubled and the number of abortions has halved in Hungary. It's not a bad start.
Oh, it's so tired. Yeah, what you're saying is true.
Dear friends, in Hungary, we had to build not just a physical wall on our borders and the financial wall around our families, but a legal wall around our children to protect them from the gender ideology that targets them. Let's be clear, they think that parents should follow the progressive way of parenting. If they refuse to do so, they should be forced by the state. We Hungarians know this old communist trick and we reject it. Hungarian people rejected sexual orientation programs in schools without parental consent at a referendum again. Never before has there been a referendum in the long history of Hungary where such a huge majority of people said no to gender or anything. Now the Hungarian Constitution, now the Hungarian Constitution protects families and children. Let me quote a few sentences from our Hungarian fundamental law. Our Constitution reads, the family
we're just gonna turn my light back
and
on.
the nation constitute the principal framework of our coexistence. Hungarian state institutions are obliged to protect the Christian culture of Hungary. Hungary shall protect the institution of marriage as the union of one man and one woman.
Man, that's not true. I hate the gays. Fuck gay people.
Family ties shall be based on marriage or the relationship between parents and children. To sum up, the mother is a woman, the father is a man, and leave our kids alone. Full stop, end of discussion.
Hey, teacher, leave our kids alone. Yes, I agree. Oh my god, look. Everyone's overweight. Every single person in the audience is overweight. Who the fuck is this? I don't even know.
Dear friends,
he's like a Hungarian.
Another factor of our success is
Hungarian politician.
That my government
Communism
is
is based.
devoted to law and order.
Eric Gooch, thanks for the tier
without
1.
compromise. We decided we don't need more genders, we need more rangers.
Less genders.
Less drag queens and more Chuck Norris. We believe there is no freedom without order.
Ooh.
If there is no order, you get chaos. In Hungary, law enforcement agencies are not people's enemy. They are the guardians of freedom. Therefore, law should not protect criminals, but protect the victims and those who
Park
are defending
rangers,
the
like
law.
of the Walker,
Police
Texas
should
variety.
be well respected.
He's speaking in Texas.
So,
I think that was a Walker, Texas Ranger reference. Cemented by the fact they said
so
Chuck Norris in
Hungary
the next
is
line.
the safest country in Europe. Actually, Budapest is among the very few European capitals where you can walk around safely, even in nighttime. In Hungary, you will only hear more funds to the police. And finally, a few remarks on taxation, dear friends. Progressives always want your money. They love higher taxes. We believe that people should have their money in their own hands. To this end, we introduced a flat tax on personal income, which is currently 15%.
I think it should be
In
based on a wealth bracket.
In just 10 years' time, we reduced the tax wedge by 10%, which was the biggest tax cut in Europe.
However,
We have
as
the
opposed
lowest
to
corporate income tax in
America,
Europe,
where we
which is
tax
flat,
the
9%.
wealthiest corporations not at all.
With
So
this low corporate income tax last year, we had a 27% investment rate, which was among the best in Europe. Just recently, we came under fire again when we went against the global minimum tax initiative. All European countries surrendered.
European.
Hungary is the last man standing. But the empire always strikes back.
Huh?
The current US administration
Reference?
You smell what
decided
Barack
to
is cooking.
terminate
Everybody
the
thinks that
tax
you're one.
treaty between Hungary and the United States, which was probably the best tax deal ever negotiated. It was
In the
good
history of tax
for
deals.
US investors. There are 1,700 US companies operating in Hungary. I think it was indeed the revenge of the left. Because the US Treasury somehow
Wait, are we trying to keep this
that they
this Star
have a
Wars
very
reference
similar
going?
treaty with Russia, but not with Hungary anymore. Funny, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we need to talk about the war.
The war. What the? I love
Ukraine is
war.
our neighbor.
I'm a
We
war
are
hawk
in
myself.
full solidarity with them.
But Matt, thanks for 200 bits.
The attack of Russia against Ukraine has forced close to 1 million refugees to Hungary so far. Currently, more than 10,000 refugees every day. The majority of these refugees ventures further into Europe, but 1 million people entering a country of 10 million is a lot. In my view,
We need to build a wall.
leader strategy escalates and prolongs war and decreases the chance of peace. Without American-Russian talks, there will never be peace in
I thought he said
Ukraine.
American-Russian
More
dogs.
and more people will die and
I'm like,
suffer,
wow.
and our economies will
you asking
come
for help?
to the brink of collapse. I cannot tell you what to do. It's your sovereign decision. I can, however, tell you one thing. Only strong leaders are able to make peace. We in the neighborhood of Ukraine are desperately in need of strong leaders who are capable of negotiating
This is Viktor
a peace deal.
Orban, is that how it's pronounced?
May they please help
Autocratic
us.
far-right
We
Prime
need a
Minister of
strong
Hungary since
America
2010.
with a strong leader. Dear friends, dear friends, I think I have provoked you long enough. So before Matchlab takes my microphone away, let's come to a conclusion. The world has several great nations.
many
none with
nations,
the
many
power
great
and
nations,
influence
wonderful,
of the
wonderful,
United
awesome
States.
nations.
For better or for worse, the world looks to you for the future. And the future of the West is in grave doubt.
Because
We in
of
the
the
West
libs.
have not faced a crisis like this for a long time. The ideological wars of the 20th century against the totalitarian powers of Nazi Germany and Soviet Union were terrible. But democratic West rallied and defeated them both. Now the West is at war with itself.
For sure.
We have seen what kind of future the globalist ruling class has to offer.
As opposed to
But we
before
have a different future in mind.
Nazi Germany, when
The
when
globalists can
there
all
was
go to hell.
not
I
a
have
time in
come to Texas.
American history where they were at war with itself. Does Buddy have COVID up there? Why is he coughing so much?
So we must take up the fight. Victory will never be found by taking the path of least resistance. We must take back the institutions in Washington and in Brussels. We must find friends and allies in one another. We must coordinate the movement of our troops because we face the same challenge. You have midterm elections this year, then presidential and congressional elections in 24.
Do you know how your election cycle works
in the European
Americans?
Parliament same year. These two locations will define the two fronts in the battle being fought for Western civilization. Today we hold neither of them, yet we need both. You have 2 years to get ready. I have to tell, it won't be easy. But don't be afraid. Just believe in Saint John Paul's, the Polish Pope's teaching. There is no enemy that Christ has not already defeated. So let's go out and do it. God bless Texas. God bless
Thank
our
you,
friendship.
Texas. Thank you,
Good
God.
luck and goodbye.
Yos, what a banger. We had to take it back from the left. Thank you, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Louisiana, Attorney General Jeff Landry.
Doing a nice selection of like boomer rock music.
How are y'all doing today?
How's it going, y'all?
Unbelievable. I think Matt has put the two guys with the greatest accents back to back.
Ha 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 ha. Killing it up there,
Thank y'all
man.
for having me today. My name is Jeff Landry, and I'm the Attorney General for the great state of Louisiana. And it is great to be here today with so many of you all who appreciate this country for the freedoms and liberties that our Constitution bestows on its citizens. And for those of y'all who may know me, you may know me as a fighter. Well, that's just because I grew up as a small kid and I always stood up to bullies. It didn't always work out that well, but I just didn't know how to back down.
Back in my
And so
day,
I
we
have
just
fought
fought
and
people.
I've defended us on issues like abortion, illegal immigration, fought for American energy and economic liberty. And of course, as you know, as I said earlier, I just don't know how to back down. And so today I want to talk to you about
And that's admirable, I guess.
my fight to defend the Second Amendment.
Pause for applause. He said it. He said Second Amendment.
You see, to me, the Second Amendment is not just a bunch of words on a piece of paper. It is a fundamental guiding principle that has played a major role in my life at a very young age.
I love money.
See, I grew up in a small Cajun town in South Louisiana.
You ever heard Louisiana Senator John Neely Kennedy talk?
Grandfathers taught me about the
It doesn't ring a
responsibility
bell,
of deploying a
but
firearm.
potentially.
They taught me that possessing a firearm is not something that you should take lightly, and that having one comes with immense responsibility.
Civilian RPGs. That's all I'm saying. I want civilian bazookas. I don't understand why we're drawing the line at assault rifles.
And I learned that lesson of life and death when I bagged my first game out hunting. And it was followed by a lesson of conservation. And I was taught that God put creatures on this land.
He sounds like somebody doing a bad
and to provide nourishment for us.
What's Kevin Spacey's character's name in House of Cards?
It's a balance that must be respected.
Underwood?
Because
Frank Underwood.
The world enjoys peace. Yet there are those of us out there who would let
somebody
us
doing
to
a bad
believe
Frank Underwood
that
impression.
the horrible events that we see played out are the fault of firearms and not the people who are holding those firearms. They tell us that such tools are designed purely for carnage and never for protection. They highlight the destruction, the mayhem, and the murder caused by those who hold such devices and claim the true source of such tragedy is merely the victim to some circumstance. But they fail to ask the hard questions.
What if the kids have guns?
They just don't want to know the real story. You see, if you are raised in a world where killing an unborn child purely out of convenience is considered the highest moral principle, would you believe that life is sacred?
These two things are the same.
If we tell young boys that it is a terrible thing to be masculine and that they must suppress their inner drive to build, protect, hunt, because such
literally nobody
behaviors
says that, by the way,
toxic to our society, don't you think those same young men will become destructive to themselves and others?
I love it,
when
dude.
we demonize, suppress, and discourage healthy forms
the phrase toxic masculinity means society hates it whenever you build a porch.
When our young men become nihilistic or fatalistic.
Literally
we as a
making up a guy
society
getting
are far too quick to give a child an iPhone instead of quality time. We let Google raise our children, pills control their behavior, and television guide their morals.
As opposed to his generation where there were no pills and no TV.
Between teen suicide rates and social media, because the truth is far too inconvenient. And no one wants to discuss the
Shout out to Al Gore for that one.
And drugs that have played in creating the monsters who choose mass shootings as their way out. Instead, the media glorifies them. It's just too easy to point the finger at the gun and not victimize the shooter. And honestly, we have a huge problem in America, and far too many parents and children have been forced to feel the unimaginable pain because of it. But if we fail to ask the hard questions, we will never find the right solutions.
How are we going to fix it?
Should we not ask what created that monster instead of blaming the tools they use?
Bad families.
We need to let go of our attachment to convenience and accept some responsibility. Because until we start asking the hard questions, the destruction and chaos will get far worse.
Okay,
and the
how are we going to
legacy
fix it?
media will continue to villainize those. As Attorney General, those are the people that I fight for. Not because of politics, because I believed in the truth and not the lies spun by the media complex so desperate for clicks and engagement with their fear-mongering headlines. I believe in our constitutional rights And that is why I'm fighting for law-abiding citizens the media rarely covers. That's why when a 4th grade student in Jefferson Parish in Louisiana was expelled from school during the pandemic simply for moving a BB gun in his bedroom, in his house, during a virtual class, we defended him and his family.
How's the gauntlet treating you?
Our office
I have
intervened
two
in that
kills.
court case against the school
runs.
board. We worked with the state legislature to change the laws in Louisiana to ensure that that would never happen again. And then, when big banks decided to virtue signal their anti-gun positions and seek our business, I said, no, the state of Louisiana will not do business with companies that don't appreciate our values. And
cancel culture is when it happens to me, not whenever we do it to others for their political beliefs.
And my response was, mine and your Second Amendment is not for sale. Under my leadership through our Solicitor General's office, Louisiana has
every night I think about the Second Amendment and I just get hard. I don't know about you guys.
Second Amendment. Because the Second Amendment is the one amendment that guarantees all others. I have personally served.
The Second Amendment guarantees that you'll be able to protect your rights.
And a sheriff's deputy.
There's nothing that the United States military has over you and your AR-15.
Faced by a man with a
your
gun.
Glock 19 is whenever the tyrannical government comes down upon you.
Than to be faced by that same man without a gun myself, without having one myself. And it's amazing when we talk about gun permits, it's always a great thing. We were having this
when they said the pen is mightier than the sword, well, actually the gun is mightier than both of them.
So I went out and talked to some of my
God bless
friends who were
America.
sheriffs,
Good night.
guys that I grew up with. And I asked them, I said, let me ask you a question. Can you think of a time when you have arrested someone involved in a shooting who had a gun permit? And their answer was no. And I said, well, why don't we worry about the criminals and not the innocent people out there?
In Texas, right, buddy? The one in Uvalde bought it legally. Two of them.
On putting the bad
through
people
legal
in
means.
Jail, rather than
I think this is a pretty bad example, considering we're speaking in Texas.
Who really want to protect themselves from the very real harms that exist. And that's why I've been fighting as the Attorney General in Louisiana for you. And over the past 7 years, I've spent my time asking the tough questions, working towards the right solutions, not only to stop the destruction,
I nodded and say protect your rights,
but
brother.
also to protect the rights of law-abiding citizens in Louisiana and across this great country.
I love the dog whistle of saying law-abiding citizens when you mean white people.
And together we can change the narrative back to the truth and fully restore the freedoms and liberties our Constitution has given us. We must never back down in our fight for American values, in our fight for fundamental principles.
Wasn't the 3/5 thing, wasn't that in the Constitution?
Nation in the world.
Or was that another piece of legislature? I forget.
For as Thomas Paine once said, these are the times that try men's souls. Tyranny is like hell. It is not easily conquered, yet we have consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. God bless you. God bless Texas. God bless the USA. Thank you.
Really killed it out there. He was, that was the bring up a laundry list of problems and don't claim how to fix any of them. Just claim that the left has no answers either. Holy shit, it's the popster.
We are bringing this to you from American Hartford Gold, live from Dallas, Texas, day one of Cpac 2022. I am here with former CEO and founder of Papa John's, John Schnatter. So thank you so much for
it's the
joining us
pop.
today.
Thanks, Liz, for having me.
It's Pops.
Thank you. So you are speaking around 3 p.m. today.
Oh my God, he looks like he's been eating a pizza every single day.
What we're going to talk about is the comparison.
Holy shit.
Analogetically, between the 1970s.
Speak into the microphone, Papa.
We've seen this movie before. What's the saying? If you don't learn from history, repeat the same mistakes.
Absolutely.
We had,
yeah, for sure.
You know, terrible inflation.
Yeah.
Interest rates doubled, tripled. Gas prices were exorbitant. If you could even get to the pump, we had weak leadership.
But they aren't. They went back down.
Sounds familiar.
Sound very familiar. And my dad started 5 or 6 businesses.
Dude, girlfriend over there, she looks like she needs to fire her plastic surgeon.
6 of them bankrupted.
Wow.
And so
holy moly.
You need to understand the entrepreneur of the day. With all
She's
this
got some
regulation
fresh lip filler.
Really anti-entrepreneurship sentiment. You have to walk a mile in their shoes. Yeah. And I watched my dad, I watched the family. I don't know if you've ever been bankrupt or had trouble paying your bills, but after 5 or 6 fold, and then all of a sudden in 1980, Ronald Reagan comes in.
Oh, thank you, Reagan.
And then 1984.
Jesus praise.
And $1,600 in a broom closet in the back of the bar. And then we did $4 billion the last year I was there. I couldn't have done that without Reaganomics.
Oh my God, true.
Pro-entrepreneurship.
He actually couldn't have done that without Reaganomics.
The most dangerous words, 9 words in history.
Absolutely, the fighting words. I think you can go to jail for saying that.
Is that right?
Not really, but nowadays, who knows? No, Papa John's. That's really the American dream. Yes. The story behind what you've been able to accomplish there.
Reaganomics makes it to where you too, if you're the 1 in a billion, you can make lots and lots of money.
To the country before meetings.
It affords the opportunity to earn exorbitant wealth whenever you don't tax the people at the top of the wealth bracket.
It was in everyone's home.
It actually is really, really good for rich people.
Wow.
So Papa John's debunked every single element of the left's ideology. So unbeknownst to me, I had a giant target on my back just by being the American dream.
True. The left hated him for how successful he was.
Very dangerous.
You experienced it kind of firsthand before it got everybody else. What happened to you, for those who are unfamiliar with your story? How did you handle it?
It fucking got him, dude.
You're out speaking publicly now about this. You're fighting for future generations to not have to go through what you went through.
Well, I don't want anybody to go through what I went through, and the bad news is
I don't want anyone else to lose their job because they said the N-word.
What you do when you get something fabricated against you. So
fabricated? What? Isn't he on recording? What do you mean or like it was like in emails or
so
fabricated?
We're through that. We're on the other side of that. I think these people are going to pay the price for what they did, but we'll see what the system and what a higher power has to say about that. But what concerns me today, Liz, is the attack on our youth. All this started back in 1918. CRT, critical race theory, was critical theory, where
the attack on our youth.
It's frightening what they're trying to indoctrinate these kids into.
Oh my gosh, vaccines when you're 5 months, vaccines when you're 5 years old with no test.
We have no idea the long-term effects of this.
The meth coming across the border. Academics pumping nonsense in their head.
Oh my God, he's free associating.
Just the sex trafficking.
It's pure evil what the left is trying to push. Their agenda is the agenda of evil, in my opinion.
That's the problem.
Holy fuck.
Every American.
He's just listing shit.
Okay, they have a fight with their wife or their neighbor, or they drink a few too many beers, or they bump the car. I mean, but they have no clue on how dark and evil these elite left are, and because they can't fathom it because they don't think that way. But if they know Soros, Gates, all these guys,
it's Soros, brother.
Folks that own everything, Schwab, Rothschild. They know if they destroy our youth, and they want to make America a global economy, if they destroy our youth, then
the globalists. I'm fucking dog whistling. I'm dog whistling to the Nazis.
We lose our individual property rights. But
please, anybody, I'm trying to find haven anywhere. Will the Nazis take me, please?
They want to be God. So what's the closest thing to God? An embryo, a child. So
you want mainstageconservative.org? Thanks. I'm definitely not skipping the Papa interview, but I'll check that out.
Creativity is beauty. Beauty is creativity. When you try to tell a young man or woman what to think, and you don't teach them how to think, you've taken away their beauty. all entrepreneurs.
You tell them what to think, but not how to think, huh?
You know, entrepreneurship is not the thing. Entrepreneurship is the only thing. And our youth are being brainwashed not to think out of the box and lose their critical thinking judgment.
You're right. And
entrepreneurship is the best type of it's the best. It's the best.
Entrepreneur. They don't want you to grow
it's so
up
awesome.
That they can
it's so great.
Like you. They want
whenever
you
you have money and then you get more money.
What can you say to counter that? How can you inspire the youth to follow a career path similar to yours, where you can be a CEO of a national franchise?
Well, you see,
you gotta recognize,
you have to take advantage of a system that is structured to help out the extremely wealthy.
They throw a missile at us, they throw a missile back. It's a very linear quid pro quo, tit for tat arrangement. We need to raise ourselves to a higher level of vibration, a higher level of consciousness, like Gandhi did, like Christ did, Buddha, Mother Teresa. We need to fight hatred, guilt, anger, jealousy with joy, kindness, and love and thoughtfulness.
That's how you make lots of money?
Friends that are liberals. They think like buffoons. They think arithmetic's an opinion. I mean, I ask them, are you angry because you're stupid? Are you stupid because you're angry? And the answer is the latter. They're stupid because they're angry. They're so full of hate and guilt and shame and jealousy and envy that they can't function at a logical level.
What?
It's not that they don't have intellect. It's not that they're good people. You got to approach that with joy and love and kindness.
It's clouding their judgment of reality.
Doggy, she asked you how do you make lots of money and make a big successful billion-dollar company.
If you want to change the world, change yourself. You know, it's not what you say or what you do, it's who you become.
I feel that.
And as individuals, we need to become a higher level of awareness. And as Cpac, a higher level of awareness, and a greater energy field, a tractor field like Reagan had, and then we'll fix America. We'll make it that shining city on the hill.
I love it. We were talking about President Trump earlier and how when he speaks, he tells us the problems.
Mr. Papa John's
but
even
he
rich
also
anymore?
provides hope
I mean,
and a
probably.
Solution. So I'm noticing some similarities between you and him. Of course, you're also both successful businessmen. Now, besides speaking at Cpac, because from what I understand, you were the founder and former CEO. Now, I believe, are you still a shareholder at Papa John's?
Yes. I still get my dividend checks.
Good, as you should. How is Papa John's doing? And are they still the best pizza? Where do you get your pizza from?
I think they really lost their way.
My goodness.
It used to be Papa. People are priority one always. People really don't count. It used to be an operational driven company. Now it's a lawyer, PR driven company. They don't run their company on principles and values. And when you get, as an individual or a company, when you get away from
before we used to run Papa John's based on principles and values.
Traffic, they're losing customers. I think the traffic count's less than it was when I was there 6 years ago. Over 40% of the stores are losing money.
Wow.
We won ASCI, the highest quality in the pizza category, 18 out of 19 years. They now are down with Little Caesars. So the thing has really got away from them.
I hate Little Caesars, so that's
tough.
I got so many people I love that are franchisees, and they really did well during
absolutely
COVID,
fucking
but
demolished.
they've lost their way.
That makes sense,
and if you don't have that quality, you don't have that service, and you don't have that culture, you're asking for a bad day at the office.
That's rough. I wanted to.
What is
be
the pizza
successful
culture
so you can
like?
Continue to get those checks, but at the same time, I mean, if they're losing the policies that you instated, did you experience, as a businessman, conservative policies financially? Did they help you? Is that kind of how you reached success?
We built the whole company on conservative.
I've actually learned that this is a hot take. Of the national pizza chains, Papa John's is actually my favorite one.
Attributes: truth and God, truth and if you run your life on principles and you're truthful and factual.
Wow. Okay.
And you have win-win mutual respect.
I actually like that one.
You're gonna win.
I'm following. So it's really a testament. Your success was a testament to those policies. And so now you're out here fighting. You're speaking. You're doing media. And you're making sure that you're able to share your experience with the world, fight for our youth. What else are you doing right now besides being former CEO of Papa John's? Are you looking to get involved more in politics? Kind of what made you start coming to Cpac? What made you decide?
Well, you see, I got ousted from my position as CEO
world?
Because I said the N-word.
Saxophonist Miles Davis. The saxophone talked out of his heart. The heart talked out of the saxophone.
What?
So I think the key to life is finding your Miles Davis. So I'm every day looking for what is the one thing that
she asked you why you're in politics, man.
We're doing a lot of work with the poor, and we're doing a lot of work with sex trafficking and pedophilia and human trafficking. It's a $150 billion industry. It's very dangerous.
Miles Davis plays trumpet.
Talk about the evil elite.
Actually, that's so funny.
Snippet. Our county attorney out in Utah, 15 minutes from my house, a guy named Levitt.
I knew that
he's a documented
old ass man, Miles Davis.
He's a county attorney.
Probably in like what, like the 50s,
it's
60s, maybe. IDK.
They gave Levitt
old ass musician.
That seems like a huge issue.
It's probably
huge conflict
I knew
of
he played the
interest
trumpet,
there,
but
in
I
my
just
opinion.
assumed
what?
that he probably played more than
I'm speechless on that one.
Right,
more than one. Like more than one
This
instrument.
isn't
So I just took his word for it.
Are you on social media? Is there ways that people can follow you and keep up with what you're doing? Because I'm very impressed.
Plug,
I mean, you
plug,
kind of got beaten
plug.
down back in the day. When did all this cancel culture happen?
He played
to
saxophone
What
too.
year was that?
Okay.
July of 18.
That's what I assumed. I assumed that
And
he
so I
was
remember
probably
seeing
a
you last year at Cpac. It was my first time.
multi-talented man.
It's going to be 4 years.
Four
four
years.
years. Wow.
But last year at Cpac, I saw you for the first time. You're back again. Is this something you're going to continue to do now?
Oh, yes. Yes, we have a voice. We have a platform. And, you know, we talked about linear. You know, don't bite the linear game. You know, don't miss it. But you have to fight. You have to fight like hell. Hannity's going after I am tonight. You know, Hannity fights every day. You got to fight. But let's raise the vibration. Let's approach it from consideration,
dude,
neutrality,
he speaks in riddles.
Right, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
Papa John,
we
he's
learned
like a
that in
mischievous
middle school, but
genie.
it's
He doesn't
helpful guidelines I've learned in my life.
he doesn't directly answer a single question.
They had a higher level of vibration.
They did.
They had a love
They
for
really
you.
did. They were incredible people. I didn't let you answer this, so I need to ask again. Social media, how can people keep up with you and what you're doing?
The Papa John Schnatter.
At the Papa John Schnatter? Okay.
The Papa John Schnatter at .com.
Okay, so it's a website.
He's a
website.
pizza leprechaun.
It's Instagram and TikTok.
Oh, cool. TikTok. I got to follow y'all on TikTok.
We have some
The
fun with
Papa
that.
John's
Okay, well, we're going to be
TikTok.
broadcasting your speech later today to our audience, and I just want to say thank you so much because, again, growing up, we had Papa John's in our house every single week, so it's really neat to have you here with us. And the fact that you're out here
Papa
fighting
John's
for conservative
pizza every
values
week.
and for
She's
the youth
obviously
of
just trying to
America
gas
right
him
now.
up, but
You've gone through
just the
a
thought.
lot, but you came out stronger than ever before, and thank you for just continuing to fight for us.
Thank you, Liz. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's. Papa bless.
I love it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Dallas, Texas,
why did
where
he
we
just
are at
tagline us
Cpac
with-
here
with
live,
the
brought to
Ethan
you by
Klein?
American Hartford Gold. And I am here with Betsy Smith. She is a spokesman for the National Police Association, an Arizona resident,
my God.
and a precinct committeeman from Arizona. And you said you were from Pima County, which is right
These
next
people
to
know how to speak into
Pinal,
the microphone.
where we had some pretty big news just drop a couple of minutes ago. Can you tell us a little bit about what just happened there?
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me. So I am, in addition to the spokesman for the National Police Association, I'm a precinct committeeman because we decided after 2020 that we needed to get politically involved locally. And so as a precinct committeeman for Legislative District 17, we are part in Pima County, part in Pinal County. And in Pinal County, which is the reddest county in the state of Arizona,
That's
they
so awesome.
just this morning announced
Good
that
for
they
you.
have fired, they didn't quite word it that way, but fired David Frisk, who is the elections director. They brought in the county recorder and appointed her as the elections director because what is happening in Pinal County is such a terrible representation of how we do elections in Arizona. And
Damn, that sucks. Let's watch this one. Oh my God, look at it. 1080p me, please. And bop.
Race card and infrastructure.
Oh, geez,
You're
Rick.
digging pretty deep. Let me tell you something. You
Oh, geez,
really
Billy.
deep to bring
I'm gonna have to
race
download the
into
fucking
transportation.
spyware volume volume mixer for
Until we get a
Chrome
change,
again.
And I think we're going to see a change, folks, this coming November in the House and the Senate. But
For
we've
sure.
unfortunately got 24 plus
Matt, thanks
months
to the
of this guy in the White House.
200 bits. What even is
We've
RSBN?
gotta
It's
make
a
sure that we have an
it's a
honest
YouTube
election
channel that
commission.
tries to be a news
And
station.
we've got to make sure that we get a Republican back in there in the White House that has the courage to do the things that we saw President Trump do last time. If
Like
that's
what?
President Trump. We want to see someone to come in there that's got the courage to do the things, to put America first, not last. And
There
I'll let
you
it be
go.
quiet on my end. I'll just turn it up on
in my opinion,
OBS.
Best policies, the best. I've never seen a president put America first like President Trump.
And let me tell you,
right,
if you're running
Like what?
for office, the best endorsement to get is President Trump. And I'm telling you, the Democrats, they're not campaigning with Biden
Is that true?
or Kamala Harris. They're like, y'all stay away from us.
Trump was hardcore campaighning against Brian Kemp, right? And Kemp beat the fuck out of whoever the opposition was in the Georgia governor race.
But he was right about being woke. You brought it up, Mercedes. You were saying, you know, what is your pronoun? I mean, I think that's what we're seeing now, right? We're seeing this kind of radical leftist movement in our schools. And
the schools and the pronouns.
And at the hearings, and we hear it creeping through our society. And then if you disagree with
Dude, Kamala Harris was like the absolute worst thing that could have happened to anyone who's like not gender conforming.
Like Twitter and Facebook and you know these big
she sucks so bad and she's so cringe. It's just such a fucking easy target. Whenever Kamala Harris opens her mouth and just starts spewing out like, "Hello, I'm Vice President Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she, her." Shut up! Nobody introduces themselves like that. Shut the fuck up.
These pieces need to fit. I mean, we can't just say because President Biden's been the worst president we've ever seen. I mean, he made Jimmy Carter smile. We were talking about that, you know, but the worst president, that we're going to just win this, that November's going to come and we don't need to do anything, or that 2024 is going to get here.
Worst seems a little hyperbolic. No, Kamala Harris is the worst.
Necessarily be the case. We can't underestimate what the Democrats
are talking about
going to try to do. And the
talking about what she's saying, I see.
And I think that's what makes Cpac so miraculous and important is that here is a place where we can get together, talk out our issues, work together as a team, and fight to win our country back.
TBF liberals say Trump is the worst ever. It's pretty bad.
Absolutely. Congressman, let me ask you, when it comes to election integrity, this seems to be an issue that keeps popping up, and I know we travel across the country, and it's very basic things like ensuring we have a voter ID in place. And then
you know, like a million Americans died to COVID.
Where they push for just pretty much anything.
Put in 3 Supreme Court justices.
I mean,
now we had Roe v. Wade overturned.
In terms of fundamentally changing the election system.
This is probably the most important thing that we can do to make sure that we have election integrity for this, not only for this coming November, but for God's sakes, in 2 years in 2024. Absolutely has got to happen. These Republican-controlled states that are swing states, Pennsylvania,
is that a hidden
Michigan,
Confederate flag back there? It's really not.
A number of them out there.
No,
Georgia.
just similar. you see what I'm saying behind his head?
Republicans sitting in those state legislatures.
Like there's no shot.
All against any of the pressures that they had brought to bear.
What game are you playing? This is RuneScape. This is old school RuneScape.
They used COVID to change the election and unconstitutionally change it. I'm one of those bad boys. 147 of us that voted against.
They used COVID to change the election.
We
for sure.
Felt like on January the 6th.
Is it free? Old school RuneScape.
We wanted investigations. We wanted investigations, and we wanted answers, and we still have not had answers. And we want to make sure that they have these investigations, and these swing states have got to institute and reform their election process so that they have fair, honest elections, that when someone casts a vote, they know that it's going to count, and if it's a fraudulent
or can you get
vote,
OSRS?
it should not count.
Google.
We saw 2,000 mules, and I keep hearing over and over
if you Google that, you'll probably find it.
That is a debunked movie. Debunked by who?
It's even on mobile.
Debunked by the Democrats. We still haven't seen any evidence that any of that was not true. We had, what do they call it, positioning, geo-positioning
is it on
with
Steam?
Their telephones. They
I don't know.
them back
Search
and forth.
and find out.
We've seen several states, I think Wisconsin was one of them, where they had over 500 drop boxes that were unmanned.
I can't believe we're still going on. When are we going to shut the fuck up about this? Is Biden going to win again in 24, and we're going to be saying this again, how they sold the last 2 elections? Like, shut the fuck up.
The United States of America. If we can't trust our elections, how are we going to have a peaceful transference of power?
Can I jump?
You wouldn't want election integrity.
I know. We all should. It should be a bipartisan issue to have election integrity, and protect legal votes. Okay.
Yeah, that's so crazy
Sarah,
that we're talking about election integrity whenever.
Hunter laptop.
Oh,
let's add to that.
My God,
Talk
fucking
about
blowing my brain. Hunter laptop, everybody. Whoa, hey.
Joe Biden. Hunter's laptop. What happens there?
It should have been a huge problema for Joe Biden in 2020.
Right.
It should have been a huge, but the FBI
Shut the
was
fuck
too
up, dude.
busy. People at high levels covering up.
Yeah,
and
HR1,
disinformation and allowing that
the voting reform bill has been sitting dead in the Senate for 2 years.
My husband is here. He's amazing. He's over there with my daughter.
They just haven't voted on it. Passed the House, just sitting in the Senate.
On the battlefield in Afghanistan, lost his eyesight there. That's my hero, right? And I say this, I love you.
It's only 2:56 p.m. I can't start drinking.
Thank you. It's the most amazing. And I love my family, and I'm going to tell you this. I respect the men and women in uniform. I respect our law enforcement officers. I respect our federally armed agents of the law that we entrust to protect our own national security and our nation. And nothing disturbs me more than when I see that our systems have been weaponized for political purposes. I don't care if you don't like President Trump. That does not give you the right to weaponize the FBI and the DOJ to work against the Constitution of the United States of America that our founding fathers established so that we wouldn't have the problems that we see in other countries that operate like banana republics. So we need to get back to that. We need to get back to what our nation stands for. The Department of Justice needs to be gutted. The FBI needs to be gutted, and senior officials.
Oh yeah, just raise it.
And that needs to
just
come
fucking
from the
tear it all
inside out.
down.
And what President Trump
Yo,
said in
they got the parlor.
2016
Is Parlor still up?
Absolutely
They got the
right.
parlor
There is a
ad
swamp in
back there. What
Washington,
the?
DC, and that bureaucracy has been allowed to grow and fester for too long now.
Right.
Hunter Biden, that should have been public. There should be an investigation. The
Hunter
Biden family
Biden.
is compromised. There is evidence to show that. They are connected to China, to Ukraine. And even if they're not, shouldn't we know the truth?
Yes.
They did that to President Trump.
What is going on?
And you had
What's the
also
deal with the laptop?
They wouldn't let us even talk about Hunter Biden. They didn't even investigate into this.
Right, we couldn't even utter the words Hunter Biden
We could not
because
during the election.
everybody was
Big
so
tech
sure.
covered it up. Yeah.
So when the FBI is telling you and telling me, you know, oh, you got to stop that. You know, that don't go any further down that road. And then we find out Christopher Steele's dossier was a bunch of lies, that they were perpetrating lies that were based on Democratic talking points that were perpetuated by Hillary Clinton and her lawyers and the DNC, and it became
We're going back
a
into the
huge
gauntlet.
problem America was embroiled in for over 5 years. And then we see the truth, which of course is Hunter Biden and his laptop, and then they use it and turn against us and say, no, that's not true. That's disinformation.
If I could just add to that, I can tell you.
I'm gonna make an alt-rock band.
Security task force.
You guys are free to apply. We're gonna call it Hunter's
I can
Laptop.
tell you
That's
one
gonna be the
thing
name of our band.
When we get the majority
And we're gonna make like some sick, like System of a Down-esque music.
Can't choose a topic for a hearing.
Singing about right-wing talking points.
Have hearings on different topics, and we can't choose.
Do you think this is do we think this is a recipe for success?
We can't get a bill to the floor.
Right.
We're pretty much just basically having a message. That's all we have. But I can tell you the oversight.
Does anyone know how to play guitar?
Every single committee that we have in the House of Representatives will be doing oversight hearings of our own, and we will be looking in, and we will bring people forward. The FBI doesn't want to do their job, apparently. We've seen that. So we're going to do it for them. Of course, We have to turn
Dude, we're just, I love how,
over to the Department of Justice.
just in our attempts not to drown the Republican Party, they're just trying to drag everyone down with them.
The United States of America needs to clean house.
We already left,
that's what has to happen.
we already left Mike Pence out to dry. Now the FBI is evil.
When he goes to the hearing. That's the only thing I ask for. So 30 all do, Mercedes. 30 seconds to each of you as we've delved into Joe Biden's, I think, big problems that he has, and we only got through half of them. What are your thoughts moving forward, and your final thoughts on this?
My final thoughts are this. I mean, it's going to be, and I say this every time on my podcast. It's up to the American people. We're in charge, and we have to remember that. It's not about Washington, D.C. We're the boss.
Every time you touch that bucket, I think my headphones are finally bit in the dust.
Of course, Congressman, and with all due respect, we hire them to do the work for us as constituents. And until we got to get up off the couch, we got to get involved.
Go and vote.
We've got to get politically active to ensure that they are doing that job. And when they don't, we got to vote them out and say goodbye. And that is going to make a difference. 2024 cannot come fast enough. And by God, midterms cannot come fast enough. But that requires all of us to do our part and to do our role as Americans is to get out there and vote. And I believe in that wholeheartedly.
Heard about Streets of Rogue?
Congressman.
No.
I didn't think I would ever see the United States of America in this state that we are seeing today. I've served in the U.S. Air Force. I've served in the U.S. Army. My son was a Navy SEAL. My dad was a U.S. Army trooper in the Pacific during World War II. And the debacle we saw in Afghanistan, the withdrawal,
the debacle,
the ramifications, repercussions of that, I don't think you would have seen a Ukrainian invasion by Russia had we had President Trump in there, believe you me. But it
would have been so much poggers if it were Trump.
Leadership.
Dude, trust.
The American, I think it was Alexander the Great said, it's not an army of lions led by a sheep that I fear. It's an army of sheep led by a lion.
Oh.
We've got to get some lions in the leadership positions of this country. We've got to get some.
That means we are the sheep, right?
And it's
I think this is a pretty terrible analogy, cousin.
The people have got to go to the polls, and they're the ones that have to make this choice. I have people come up and say, Congressman, why do you allow this to happen? How come you can't stop this? How come you're doing this or not doing that? And I say, elections have consequences. And by gosh, they have consequences, and we're living them right today. And every time you go fill your car up, every time you go buy groceries, whenever you see
the cost of things. Isn't it crazy how inflation happens whenever we print like $1 trillion for a stimulus package to fuel the stock market during the onset of COVID-19?
It can be fixed at the ballot box, folks. So
remember when that happened? That was crazy.
And we have to get a lion to lead this country.
I believe that. We got to do it.
All right.
We don't have a choice.
Wow, that's so awesome.
Whoa. Let's give a round of applause for Sarah Carter and Congressman Babin. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you.
That was so fun.
Thank you.
It was so wonderful.
Wow, that was so great. That was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
God bless you.
All right. All right, we've got two more sensational congressmen coming up here to talk about the solutions, and I'm going to introduce them. Let's give a round of applause, Congressman Byron Donalds from the great state of Florida, and Congressman Roger Williams from the great state of Texas. Okay, I think the women in the front almost fainted when they saw Byron, but...
Cpac.
Yeah, right.
Do you see her hand motions over here?
What was it? It was fabulous.
Did you guys see this over here?
No, what was it? What was it?
Woo!
Everybody at the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, God, it's so cringe.
That's going to be our new Cpac, like, secret handshake, you know?
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
All right.
Okay, guys, gentlemen, it's wonderful.
How do you do, fellow kids?
You were with your wife doing the Cpac activism boot camp training. How fabulous was that?
It was just like this.
Yeah.
Activism training was fantastic. There's so many people right here in Dallas, Texas. The conservative movement is alive and well, passionate about everything.
For sure. I'm not coping. I'm not coping.
Border security, making sure we get back on track. My wife is right over there. My wife,
There's Erica.
There you go. Wave over there.
Stand up, Erica.
Stand up. Go ahead. Stand up and wave.
There she is.
That's her over there. But it was a great event, and I think the biggest thing is people, of course, they're tired, but they want to do something about it. And I think that the conservative movement is prepared to do something about it, and not just in 2022, but in every year to come.
Conservatives forever, a big conservative sweep.
Take on this battle, take the country back, save America again. We got to save it again.
It constantly needs saving. What's the deal?
Roger Williams.
Why do we have to save it all the time?
Both of you. We were just talking with Sarah and with one of your colleagues, Congressman Babin. We were talking about all the bad problems. I mean, it was dark. It was sad. We didn't even get through half the problems. It was like a list. But here you are. We're the happy warriors. We got to find solutions to these problems.
True.
So this is going to be a very tough task. But let's go and break this down. So Congressman Williams, I'll start with you. How do we solve these very complex problems where the Democrats...
Like what?
They can't even define what a woman is. They can't even define what recession is. And they think men can get pregnant. Break it down for me.
What's the deal? Wow, I hate trans people. Let's talk about that.
But listen, you know,
let's talk about how this thing that I don't understand is scary.
This is the most important election of our life.
Yes,
haven't we said that?
This right here is the most important election. Just like the next one will be, and the one after that, and the one after that. Vote, 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 vote for me. Please vote. Please vote.
I've said all along, we need to pick 3 or 4 things we can do and make it happen as we go into 2024. But this is serious stuff that we're involved in. Just all the things, Mercedes, that you said. Who would have thought we'd ever be negotiating this, or even talking about it? But we're on the right track. We are the party of lower taxes, less government, try to cut spending, defend borders. This is what we stand for. And we're going to have to start making people understand where what we stand for, and we'll have to be able to say it. I was in the airport the other day, and when I got off the airplane, people knew that I was on the airplane, about 15 of them, and they began to yell and scream at me with signs and try to follow me up the elevator. And in the past, Byron, I've kind of let it go, right? Because
we get it. You're very popular.
We got things to get done, but I had all I can take. And I dropped my briefcase, and I remember thinking to myself, I hope somebody is taping this. Because this woman was yelling at me about this and that, and her body and this and that. And I finally.
And I told her, shut up, bitch.
With the truth, right? The truth's on our side. We're on the right side. And all of a sudden, she broke down and just started crying. And she said, I've never been talked to by a man like that in my life. Well, I was talking about America and the great things that we have. And her husband took her away. And I tell you that story only because...
And I said, sir, please control your bitch.
We may not have been fighters. We have been thinkers. But the other side cannot take a punch. They showed me that the other day. They don't have truth on their side. They don't have facts on their side. All they do is lie. And we have to fire back at them, and we have to run through the finish line, and people need to know that the best government is the less government, and all the things we believe in conservative values. But we're on the right side. We have to sell it. We have to punch them back because they can't take a punch. And that's what I would say. That's our charge as we go into this next several months, is to remember who we are, what we are, and we got to make things like tax cuts permanent. That has to happen. We're coming out of the greatest economy we ever saw, and we saw it torn up in 18 months. I'm a small business owner. I employ hundreds of people right next door in Fort Worth, Texas. And I'm old enough, I remember 1981 and high inflation and high interest rates. But we've seen the greatest economy come down after once very average. We have to build it back. We can, and I think we will. We got the greatest workforce there is in the world if we let them work, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
And we've got and small business and we got a great, we can have startups again. Main Street still employs 75% of the workforce, 75% of the payroll is in small businesses. They're being attacked by this guy and Joe Manchin, for crying out loud. And to help small business, he's saying in Main Street, well, we're going to raise your taxes. We're going to hire 67 or 87,000 IRS agents. And oh, by the way,
Joe Manchin for crying out loud.
But we're helping small business. This is the kind of stuff they lie all the time. We got to fix it. We will fix it by getting the House
By their own logic, the government should not be able to tell me what to do with my body.
The
Well, their argument is that it's not your body.
Let's talk about this. I think it's going to be a massive red wave. I really do. I think it's going to be loud and clear. We're going to win the House. We're going to win back the Senate. But what are Republicans going to do when they're in power? What do you think are the first, let's say, 2 or 3 agenda items that you think they're going to want to accomplish when they regain
look, let me tell you, the first one is we're going to have to deal with border security. And I'm telling you, this is different. I want to lay this out for everybody. You have immigration policy.
Hold on. The YouTube stream is significantly louder.
The country, what do you do about asylum procedures? But then you have border security. You cannot have a country when the drug cartels are making $15 billion a year trafficking people and trafficking fentanyl into the United States.
Fentanyl.
So the number one thing we got to do.
How's the volume? Is it good?
Number one thing we got to do is, and when we start coming up with spending bills that are going to come up under House Republican control, we have to put in there hard and fast that Joe Biden is not allowed to spend money on allowing the cartel to traffic people into the United States. That our border agents have to have the ability to make determinations of credible fear at the border. Now, what does that mean? What that means is the real policy, the traditional policy has been border agents can, when somebody comes up, they can make a determination right then and there. Is this person actually in fear of their life in the country that they come from? And if they make a determination that the answer is no, the border agent can turn around and send them right back. Under Joe Biden, they said, oh no, that has to be an asylum judge, and that the person coming across the country illegally gets an attorney, and that proceeding doesn't even start for 6 or 7 months. And
in my opinion, I think they should just we should just shoot them, like firing range style, like it's a Legend of Zelda minigame. You see a brown person who's walking around on foot near the border, just fucking shoot them.
Oil leases and the oil permits that they extend.
No questions asked. Don't walk up to them. Don't investigate at all. Just fucking go crazy, like grenade launcher even.
And they don't defend it in federal court. We have to demand that they defend those permits in federal court. Because if we're going to be energy independent, you got to let the people who are out there busting their hump, drilling for oil and drilling for gas, they got to have a fair shot to get those holes dug and get
gas
that energy
drillers
out to service the American people. And then we can actually get back to even doing this cool thing, which is like exporting energy across the globe so people aren't reliant on Putin or on Xi Jinping. That's what we need to be doing. There's a couple things that we can get done. Oh, and I'm going to let them clap first. Finish clapping.
Go.
That's good stuff.
Go.
Last one?
Yes.
We're going to have a lot of investigations, y'all. A lot of investigations are coming.
It's just so easy, man.
Once and for all, are going to get down to the bottom of so many of the problems that have been caused by congressional Democrats and by this White House. Because the American people
solve them.
Need answers, and we have to get down to the solutions that are going to put our country back on track.
So there's a lot of opinions up here, lots of opinions. But the Congressman, let me ask you this, because I was quite shocked the other day when Joe Biden kind of almost like said that he handled COVID better than President Trump did. And I was like, well, but President Trump was working on Operation Warp Speed, darling, but he's still like, he goes back to attacking President Trump.
I love revisionist history, dude.
President Trump, and then obviously any America First politician. How is it going to work?
Trump was actually he was famously fighting COVID.
In the Senate, and you've got a Democrat president.
Well, it's going to be interesting.
He was so good at fighting COVID.
Give him all he can deal with.
Both on a personal level and on a legislative standpoint.
As far as being a veto president or one that wants to move our country forward, because remember, we get the House, we get the Senate. The people have spoken, right?
Right.
And they want.
And we need your money, folks. We need you to give us money.
And begin to sit down and make a deal. I'm in the car business, okay? So I'm used to making deals. And I'm
a car guy.
He stand up there alone and just veto everything because, as we've talked about, you know, we've got a lot. We've got a lot to fix. We've got to undo a lot of what he's done, and unfortunately, he's driven by what President Trump did. And so much of what, you know, the good things that we're talking on the border. Title 42.
Keep in mind, during this entire conference, they are here to fundraise. They're here to get people watching and people attending to give them money.
And it may require some brinkmanship. It may require some salesmanship. But at the same time, he won't be tested unless we as a House and we as a Senate get back to passing conservative legislation that is for the people, by the people, lower taxes, give the economy back to Main Street, give the economy back to consumers that will allow us all to compete for their business instead of competing against the government. So we got to get that
never it,
message
man.
out there. We got to get that legislation out there, and let's just put it on his desk, right? And let's see what he wants to do.
Byron, you talked about energy independence, the critical importance of
The Republican Party has never been about helping out mom and pop. It's always about helping out John McDonald and Papa John.
The Russia, China, Iran.
Who is Main Street? Main Street is meant to mean local-owned business.
That if we keep America,
But that's never how it works.
That they're winning. So how can Republicans, as we take on these leadership roles, push back on China, push back on Russia, push back on Iran, especially when you know that what you're dealing with is a weak president that hasn't been able to deal with them?
He doesn't even lift very much.
One, we need to lead.
I could beat him in a fight. Trust me on this one, folks.
Electric vehicles and solar panels and wind farms. This is foolishness, folks. It does not work.
Folks, electric vehicles. Come on.
My good buddy Roger's talking about making a deal. Well, what kind of deal is it for us to take our treasure and give it to China in exchange for batteries? That is dumb. That's just dumb stuff.
That is dumb.
American treasure.
So what we need to do,
also known as oil.
America, we need to go back in time a little bit and reinvigorate an energy that we actually taught the world how to create, and that's nuclear power. We need to actually expand our nuclear capabilities in the United States. We need to bring back the mining and enrichment of uranium, and even using thorium and molten salt reactors here in the United States. Instead of getting uranium from Russia, which is where most of the world gets their enriched uranium from. We need to do that here at home. If you do that, you start taking care of your Russia problem. If you
should go back to using leaded paint.
Batteries and solar panels, which, by the way, now we know that the solar panels, when you get rid of them, they actually leach into the groundwater and they contaminate groundwater. Instead of doing that, how about we build our domestic energy capacity here at home so it is cheap, it's reliable.
Let's go back to being isolationist, folks.
By the way, folks, that thing, nuclear power, it's actually greener than solar panels. It's greener than solar energy. It's greener. And it's readily available. We can do that.
I mean,
so that stops us sending money to the Chinese. It stops us having to buy uranium from the Russians. It puts us on the capacity to lead the world when it comes to expanding on
nuclear power is good.
It's amazing stuff.
But that doesn't mean solar panels are bad. I don't know why we have to do it both ways.
Exporting liquid natural gas to Europe to get Europe off of the teat of Russia. Okay. That's what we got to do. We should be exporting that to them.
Just make more oil, forehead.
Now, how do you get it?
Why don't you just make more oil?
You put pressure, like Roger was
We have all this
saying,
oil that we absolutely have, and we just haven't thought to use it.
Terrible
you know.
at his job. And he's bad. He's terrible at his job.
Please clap.
He is so weak that if House Republicans and Senate Republicans don't seize this moment to put pressure on him and make him make decisions, then we have not done our job.
So, as we're talking about solutions, I think one of the things one of the topics that keeps coming up is Joe Biden mentally fit to be president?
My goodness.
No.
Sorry, I jumped the gun. I apologize.
I don't think any of his cabinet is. But he's not.
I mean, when he's reading off the cue card and he's like, "You should be seated now," it's like, what are they doing? It's really bad staff work. Let me ask you a question on regulations.
Roll the tape of
plays a huge role
Trump failing to
on the energy industry,
give that January 6th speech. Roll the bloopers.
It creates a huge havoc in investing in these businesses. What do you think is, and bring this also, not only the regulations piece, but the ESG component that these corporations are embracing left and right?
So regulations are killing small business. They're killing all businesses. Here's an interesting statistic.
I think that small businesses should be able to employ child labor.
$1 billion worth of regulations.
Stop regulating who I can and can't hire.
$1 billion. 130
I should be able to pour toxic sludge into the rivers. Get off my back, government. Stop telling me that I can't do this.
President Trump took all that away. Biden has added that. So if you're a bank or you're a business, you're now all of a sudden finding yourself hiring.
You should be able to pay your employees 2 cents an hour.
Loan officer that can do business, you see. So the regulations, and people don't think about that, but they literally choke businesses. And they cost jobs because you have to hire people that are not generate income for your business. You have to lay people off, and so it's a real disaster.
I love the regulations bad standpoint, dude. It's so awesome.
More and more out there for us. So that's what a challenge is, and it's what they've done. But if you think of $200 billion and 130 million man-hours, that's pretty rough. And can I have 10 seconds?
Yes.
Change gears one second?
Yes.
I want to talk about EV vehicles. Can I say that?
Yes, please.
EV vehicles are a disaster and they're phony, okay? I'm in the car business.
I love gas.
For 51 years.
I drink gasoline every night.
Nobody comes in and wants an EV vehicle. They don't ask for it. And they have forced these manufacturers to go woke, and they have gone for it. I'm talking about GM. I'm talking about Chrysler.
Electricity, I hate
Ford, all the others. And they've bid into this, and they're not sellable. They are not going to be competitive. I've said all along, if you live in Texas, you live right here, and you want to take a jet ski, a boat, or a horse trailer to Midland, Texas, you're never going to get there. And they want the government to put out the charging stations when that ought to be the job of the private sector, like they did with gas stations back in the 20s. And if we all know if the government owns the charging stations, they're going to get vandalized and they won't work. Okay, so I'm just telling you, I have to touch on this because I'm in the business. EV vehicles are a ripoff. Now,
I have a vested personal interest in this. I'm not biased in my assessment whatsoever.
Let us make one, okay? But consumers have to tell us what we want as a dealer. I need to sell what you want, not what the government wants you to have. So I'm pretty passionate about the EV vehicles. Don't fall for it. It's not going to work. If you want one, we should make it, but no government subsidies, because they're going to have to pay me to sell it, and they're going to have to pay the manufacturer to make it, and the taxpayers.
Personally, I hate it whenever the government makes infrastructure.
It's
so
like
you have an opinion. He has an opinion on electric vehicles,
like
folks.
We shouldn't let the government make the roads. That should be the job of the private sector.
You know, we've seen the supply chain crisis, which apparently was supposed to be solved months ago, and then we run into baby formula shortages.
Yes.
With the missteps that the Biden administration knew about it ahead of time and did nothing, or not even warn parents about it.
Blaming the failings of capitalism on Joe Biden. I love it.
What is going to be the solution? How do we handle this?
Well, look, I know Pete Buttigieg, when he went on paternity leave, you know, he had some baby formula. I know he might have had his supply. This is a real tragedy.
Goo goo gaga.
The reality is that there are serious reforms that have to be done at the FDA, and this administration is not going to do it. When you have a situation where parents can't get baby formula, like I used to buy the baby formula in my house, love you, honey, but I did. I went out and bought it. I know what it is. I have to go find the formula. And you have to keep the same
Republicans
formula.
completely misunderstood what Wook originally meant. It's such a joke on them. They have egg on their face.
So when you do this across the country,
yeah, no, it's,
and you have a plan in place, you have a situation where children might have lower birth
they've
yoinked
the term and made it their own.
Development over the long term. This is a serious tragedy for infants.
It's now a scare phrase.
Serious reforms at the FDA. They cannot shut down plants without a pathway in order to make sure the supply that is needed continues. If we had an administration that thought about supply chains instead of all this woke foolishness, we would have had a plan. As much as they like to say, and Joe Biden said this about 3 years ago, oh, there was no plan, there was no plan. This guy is the guy with no plans. We're moving from crisis to crisis to crisis. It's going to take Republican leadership to make sure we have those. Quick point on ESG. ESG is fascism. That is what this stuff is. It is fascism. When you have knuckleheads in the bureaucracy who've never run a business, who've never really had a real job, and now they get to set the standards for what societal goals are, what energy goals are. They are no better than a Politburo who's going to try to design an economy, and these guys are dummies and don't know even how to work in an economy, let alone how to design an economy. It's fascism. We should never allow it. So we have bills. There are bills in Congress that Republicans are working on to get rid of VSG.
This is fascism, says the fascist.
Actually, I'm working on. I have a bill
like,
with
shut up.
my colleague French Hill from Arkansas about getting the full employment mandate out of the Federal Reserve and getting the reserve.
Calling
Federal
conservatives
Reserve
fascist doesn't do anything.
A stable prices mandate,
it's
so we don't have these crazy inflation
extremely
through
harmful.
our country. Those are the solutions that we're working on.
Congressman, what are we going to do about big tech and
I don't think anyone on stage right now is a fascist.
Well, I think we need to go full speed into it, and we need to make sure voices are heard and not heard. We've seen how they can control the whole media operation, and they say things about one person, don't say things about the other, and we see things happening right now that if it was our side, for example, it would be front page, it would be everywhere. They'd be attacking all of us. So,
Fascism is one thing I don't like. Yeah,
people can say things and get reported properly.
Like by saying that, you're doing the shit that they're doing right now. You're calling this thing you don't like fascism, just like dude, just like dude just now, just calling shit that he doesn't like fascism.
And Byron, how do we stop critical race theory from being taught in our schools? How do we stop this crazy gender ideology? I mean, this is a big problem that I don't think parents would have ever imagined that they would have to deal with.
No, listen, I know, there's no way in hell my mother would have allowed this to happen.
My mother would have beat my fucking ass. Tell you what, she would have threw me outside with the dogs.
Not her. Meredith P. Brown, no way. This never would have happened.
She would have told me, boy, get the switch.
This is not just federal. This is federal, state, local.
Yes.
You have to get with your county commissions, your school boards, your state legislatures.
And that's how it should be.
And they need to make sure that when they do these diversity, equity, and inclusion seminars that every government office does, and a lot of corporate offices are now doing, that they're not being run by these woke nonprofits that subscribe to critical race theory. That's how that stuff has gotten into so many of our institutions. In the military, one of the other key things House Republicans need to make sure gets done is that we are no longer funding this woke ideology in our military.
Amen.
Our military men and women have one job: secure the nation and kill the enemy when it's time to kill the enemy. That is their job. No
murder.
So that's what we got to do to get it out of our institutions.
I'm giving you 30 seconds each. My happy warriors, we're solving problems. How are we going to fire Pelosi?
Ooh.
Go.
How are we going to
Pelosi? We're going to outvote them in November, right?
How are we going to fire Pelosi?
Okay? And it can't come soon enough. But let me tell you, this is our generation's Valley Forge. I really believe this. This really is our most important election.
This election is the most important one, folks. I know I said that last time and the time before that and the one before that, but this time I mean it.
I had a football coach in college say, you fight them on the ice and you fight them till hell freezes over. Let's go, right? But what I'm saying to you is this is important, and we've got to stand up, and we've got to understand this is socialism. Don't be afraid of that word. It's socialism. It's fascism. It's all the above that's
socialism and fascism, actually. That's crazy.
This country's over 200 years old, as we all know, and look, and it's done really well over those periods of time. And look how hard it is to keep democracy. What's happened the last 18 months, right? It's very precious. We got to fight for it. And yesterday's gone forever. Tomorrow never comes. It's all about the present. And it's the present because it's a gift from God. This is our gift to stand up, say we're not taking it anymore.
Coexist.
We love
I know.
our country. America's the greatest country in the world.
It's just funny because it's actually neither.
All right, you got to try to beat that.
You got me ready to suit up, Coach. Coach, you got me ready to suit up. Listen, this is very simple. You got to get out and vote, and you better get your family out to vote, and you better get your friends out to vote. We are watching halfway around the globe. The Ukrainian people are staring the Russian military in the face because they want to defend their sovereignty. And they're not worried about it not being fair. They're not worried about how the Russians got more equipment.
They're asking us for help, but we're telling them no.
They're laying everything on the line to defend their country. If they're willing to do that here in the United States, the least we could do is show up and vote. So let's show up and vote. Let's get rid of Pelosi. Let's take back the House, and let's save America.
Amen.
That's it.
All right.
Good job.
Okay, so our final Cpac handshake.
Russia bad,
1, 2,
but when
3.
Ukraine asks for help on war against Russia, we go like,
Congressman
ooh.
Byron Donalds, Congressman Roger Williams, thank you both so much, and let's do this.
That Trump endorses Eric in the Missouri Senate race, says he trusts the people to decide which one. Yeah, it's that's a real thing. There are two Erics running for the same Senate seat, and in almost in a sense of parody, in a truly satirical sitcom like endeavor, he just says I endorse Eric.
The discourse in Washington doesn't reflect that fact. Could this be because our national conversation is being manipulated? Leftist big tech and the liberal media dominate and regulate our public speech. Conservatives can't let the left control the next frontier of social media technology.
Holy
the
shit.
Liberty Metaverse challenges the liberal stranglehold
Cpac
on the public
Metaverse.
square.
Oh,
93%
man.
of Cpac attendees agree that conservatives need to be active in the metaverse to counter the left.
You need to log on to to VR chat to combat the left.
Hi everyone, this is Ryan McEnany. I am here to tell you about a fun project I've been working on. It's called The Right Stuff. It is a conservative, invite-only dating app. There is nothing worse than when you start to develop feelings for someone or you're on a date and you realize they're a Democrat. That's a non-negotiable in my book. So The Right Stuff is going to help with that. Sign up today by going to join.
That's like such a philosophical list of shit.
How did America become so un-American? Why do we let big tech control what we read, what we hear, and
These
what
ads
we
are
say?
actually too funny.
This is not who we are. With Parler, we can be a nation where freedom of speech reigns supreme, where we can agree to disagree, where we can be who we truly are. The First Amendment came first for a reason. Download the app today from the Apple App Store or go to parler.com. Parler. Speak freely.
I love how all the B-roll for that footage was just nothing but like white dudes in their 30s and 40s.
Welcome former CEO Papa John's Pizza, Papa John Schnatter.
Woo, he's back! More Papa! Will he say the exact same shit that he did 30 minutes ago? What do we think? I'm ready for more Papa John free association.
Good afternoon.
What's up, gamers?
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Mercedes. Thank all of you all for your courage to be here. I think it's outstanding. Who loves pizza?
Hey, any pizza heads in the chat?
Who loves freedom?
Any freedom lovers?
If it wasn't for freedom, wouldn't be no pizza. Wouldn't be no Papa John's, that's for sure. But hey, we got.
And to the person who was saying like I love freedom and liberty and kindness, like I feel like having your political ideology based on this is how you get pandered to by Republicans who do not have your you do not have your best interests at heart. It needs to be something more concrete.
The dishwasher at Rocky Sub Pub at 2:30 an hour.
Freedom! Auto Deer 818, thanks to Tier 1.
The things I remember most is my father.
Like saying that like oh I want somebody who stands up for freedom. That's how you get pandered to and lied to by the Republican Party whenever they say that they're the party for you, you know.
High regulation, high fuel, anti-business, and attitude against the entrepreneur.
Hat on.
And
right
the
now.
toll it took on me to this day, the scarring, was just immense. And all of a sudden, you know, we had to live with this every day. And you can't really have empathy for anybody unless you've walked a mile in their shoe. And I don't know if any of you all have ever been bankrupt or had, you know, kind of been at the end of the rope. It's the worst feeling in the world.
And that right back
and
off.
we lived that in the 70s. And I look at the poor entrepreneurs today in the 2020s, and I reflect
How people are
back
unclear on where they stand in politics and their behavior. It's calling out their hypocrisy.
Regulation, printing of money, inflation. But we have a
Fuck,
mindset.
I've been getting attacked by this wolf this entire time.
who's really anti-entrepreneur. And entrepreneurship is not the thing. Entrepreneurship is everything. Everything we have in America in the capitalistic system starts with an entrepreneur. It's an idea, it's an innovation, it's creativity, it's a better, more efficient way to do something.
It's taking advantage of poor people. It's asking for tax breaks and bailouts from the government.
If you don't learn from history, you repeat the mistakes. I would argue that the key is to learn from history and don't repeat those mistakes. And Reagan comes along. He's pro-business. He's pro-entrepreneur.
He's pro-extremely rich people.
Lowers rates by half. Takes inflation down half.
Trickle-down economics. Folks, you hear about this? It was so awesome for me personally. The person that it was set out to be awesome for.
Before Reagan's 9 words that were the most dangerous words in the English language. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. You know, the guy got the joke. I mean, he was a superstar. And then, '84, Papa John's. That's when we came up. We're in a broom closet. We got $1,600, and we had a dream of making a better pizza. And the tailwind we had by having leadership,
you had a dream of
having an economy,
making money,
having pro-entrepreneur and pro-business mindset. How lucky was I? Here I am, you know, in a broom closet, my dad's tavern, and we had $1,600 to end up building 5,000 stores. We're doing $4 billion a year, but we thought we could do it because we were in an environment that we could do it. And I just felt so lucky and fortunate to be in the environment I was in the 80s versus today in the environment that my dad was in the 70s.
New thing bad? Hear me out. Old thing good.
The thing we're up against is kind of a linear equation. I call it the evil elite left.
The left is evil.
Suarez, Schwab. I mean, we'll just take one exhibit, the food supply. The pharmaceutical, the processed food that the FDA shouldn't really approve. It doesn't kill you, but it really does make you sick. And then the same 5 groups that own
Papa John does not seem okay.
Also own the pharmaceutical companies.
He seems like he's having a struggle.
Not sick. So there's 5 entities that really control.
He's
media,
like so winded.
Academia and everything else. It's those 5 evil entities, and you can always tell when they're active in what they're doing. It goes back.
How can a person, politician, make moral claims when life begins and the freedom of individuals reduced? Simple hypocrisy doesn't require the analysis of his specific political belief to realize the problem. Well, the political belief steps in by when does life begin? That's literally the crux of the debate.
60s and 70s with the sex revolution.
And there is no absolute answer to that.
And now they're attacking our youth. Whether it's sex trafficking on the border, illegal drugs coming through the border.
Illegal drugs.
The CRT, vaccines to 5-month-olds or 5-year-olds. Everything they do, they're trying to disrupt their youth. Because if you're going to create a global
Dude, we've been giving babies vaccines for like 100 years, man.
And the only way America is going to participate.
We've been giving babies vaccines for. It's a good thing. It's awesome whenever our kids don't get sick and die.
And the evil forces at the top, because it is a battle now between good and evil, is that we must.
Democrats are fucking evil, brother.
Our youth
Democrats, they like Satan, actually.
And they know that. And our children are under attack. So I end this with a little bit of a note.
What the fuck has he been saying?
We have this linear tug of war. They throw a dart, a missile, we throw a missile back. You take something like, okay, the left wants security. The right wants freedom. And we fight over those two things. That's just one aspect that we fight over. And then the government puts in bad policy right down the middle. It doesn't really solve the problem. And
that's why we need more extremists.
That we have the right ideology.
We have truth in God, free markets.
So true.
Free enterprise, which enhances the betterment of humanity. We have that on our side.
And a truly free market.
That's a good
I
thing.
should be able to
I
pay
think
my
we're gonna change the
employees
world, but we
whatever
have to
amount I
change
want.
Ourselves. It's not only what we say, it's not only what we do, it's who we become as a nation. The outer work can never be small if the inner work is great, and the outer work can never be great if the inner work is small. The tug of war is a very low vibration, low
Why does he keep
frequency.
Why does he keep talking about vibrations?
That it's a pluses. It's a game that they're going to win because of numbers. A higher vibration game, one of joy, compassion, kindness, mutual respect, enlightenment. That's a game when we increase each of our individual vibration and we increase this pack, the Cpac vibration, and we increase our party, then we can together can change the world. And I know we have to fight the good fight. I have liberal friends. I love them. They think like buffoons.
I've gay friends.
They think with opinion. They're full of anger. I ask them, "Are you angry because you're stupid, or are you stupid because you're angry?"
This is how I level with my liberal friends. I call them stupid.
The latter. They're stupid because they're angry. There's a jealousy aspect, a hatred, envy, a shame, guilt aspect that keeps them from functioning at a higher level of rationality. It's not their fault. It's not an intellect issue. It's a level of awareness. And so if we want to increase
I love the calling my liberal friends stupid angle.
A tractor like Reagan, Mother Teresa, Gandhi, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha. If we want to be a tractor, we have to change ourselves. If we want to be the pilot light that relights that shining city on the hill, we have to change ourselves. It's not what we say. It's not what we do. It's
what the fuck is he talking about?
Have more compassion, more joy, more consideration, more understanding. That in itself will destroy the other side. Because when you're aligned with the right ideology, you're aligned with principles.
Notorious conservative Jesus Christ of the Bible.
Those are the two strongest characteristics you can have. You combine that with awareness and a consciousness to really see and understand and love, we will win this battle. We will win this war, and we will keep that light on that shining city on top of the hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Holy moly, dude. And I'm like, wow. Back to the 1970s, no fucking shot, dude. Remember the 70s? Sure you do, you old bitch. Vote for me. Any literal boomers out there? Remember how good things used to be?
Ladies and
Back
gentlemen,
when you used to be able to smoke in the restaurant?
This is the Texas way. Please welcome, from the great state of Texas, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick.
I love this guy. I love Dan Patrick. I love him so much that I'm going to run ads and stand up and take a piss, actually. I'll be right back.
Welcome back to Cpac once again. I had the privilege of speaking last year, and it's an honor to be here today. I want to ask, how many from Texas? How many of you from somewhere else who want to be from Texas? We welcome you anytime. You're obviously conservative. Sean Hannity is coming up next. Donald Trump will be here on Saturday. And I don't know what's going to happen in 2024. I was privileged to be the chair of the Trump campaign for Texas in 16 and 20, and we've gotten to become close friends. And I know this, that if he's running, I'm all in. But if he's not running, whoever takes up that mantle, he or she better take on the MAGA agenda, because no one in the White House in the history of this country has done so much in 4 years. You're going to hear a lot of speeches over the next couple of days, and there are really 4 types of speeches. There's the speech that comes out and says what you want to hear because they want you to cheer.
Oh, yeah.
There's a speech that comes out and arrogant elected officials, particularly in the other party, want to tell you what they think you need to hear. They lecture you. There's the informational speech, which gives you facts and figures. And then there's the speech from the heart.
Okay.
I'm going to speak from the heart today because I feel we're at a time in our country where we are at that point where we can lose this great nation. It's going to depend on 2022 and 2024 whether America survives. I've got 7 grandkids. I serve in this position. I'm proud and I'm honored to be your lieutenant governor. But I serve for all of your grandchildren and all of your children and all of you. But everything is on the line. Look at how Biden and the Democrats have destroyed this country with just a 50-50 number in the Senate. Only a few vote majority in the House. And look how they've ruined this nation in 18 months.
Hear that Trump is talking on Saturday.
Imagine if they had even more power. Every right that's been given, all those inalienable rights that our founders talked about, will be taken away. We in Texas, by the way, since most of you are from Texas, have to come together. We've got to come together as one. We had a lot of people in the primaries. I had 5 people against me. Abbott had 8. Paxton had 3. Senators had opponents. That's democracy. That's what primaries are about. But when it's over, we are not the enemy. We must come together as one. We must do that in Texas. Because make no mistake, this election in November is not going to be an easy election. When I said I want to talk from the heart, what I want to focus on is where we are as a nation of believers. You know, there's a poll out back in June, the Gallup company, they're great pollsters. They did a poll. 95% of conservatives believe in God. Okay? 95%.
Go figure.
72% of Democrats believe in God. Only 67% of liberals believe in God. And sadly, only 60-some% of young people believe in God. We were a nation founded upon not the words of our founders, but the words of God, because
why is that, old man?
He empowered them. We were a Christian state, and we've been blessed because of that for so many years. You know, I think about, you all have seen a motorcycle with a sidecar, or you've seen a picture of one. And I don't know about you, but when I was younger,
we talk about
I had my hands on the.
We talk about how we're corrupting children, yet that's been the entire basis for Christianity.
There's no one in the sidecar.
For the entire history of our nation.
Had a lot of bumps, made a lot of wrong turns, had a few crashes. One day I decided maybe I should invite God in the sidecar with me because I needed some help.
Speaking of Christianity, Dad and I, Dad as heck, were talking about going to church on Sunday.
My position should be in the sidecar, and he should be on the cycle. I should be following him. I should follow on his path. Now, we know as believers, the Bible's promised, and I believe every promise that Jesus made in the New Testament, I believe the words of the Old Testament, that it does not ensure a smooth road ahead. It does not assure a trajectory that takes us to the top.
I don't think we're going to do that.
But we do know where we're going. And if we're in God's plan and he's in charge and his hands are leading that motorcycle down the path, then we're on the right path. You know, when I ran for lieutenant governor back in 2014, a lot of people said I couldn't win. And I wanted to win, of course. I'm a very competitive person.
Going to church, ironically, has got to be one of the most insane
ideas. I got in that race and I said, if I lose, then God has another plan for me.
Oh, it sounds like fun.
This is part of that journey. And, you know,
get to see a bunch of old Oklahomans
the horse is made ready for battle, but
Sunday morning after a long day of drinking, watching anime.
We have to be ready for the fight. Because we are not in a fight any longer of Republicans and Democrats of the old days. We're in a fight of lightness and darkness. We're in a fight of powers and principalities. The Democrats not only don't want God on the motorcycle steering it, they don't want him on the sidecar. They want to leave him beside the road.
I would love
Look what
God
they
on a
stand
motorcycle,
for. Now,
honestly.
Look, as Republicans, we don't always
That's
get
how
it
you
right.
get me back
We're
into
not
church,
perfect.
actually.
But I believe when we take a stand for things, we stand for
What the
things
fuck
we
is he saying?
actually
He's saying
believe
to
in.
let God steer you.
That we don't do it for political
Literally,
reasons.
Jesus take the wheel.
I'm not pro-life because it's good politics. I'm pro-life because I believe a baby is born in the image of God, and every baby should be saved. I'm not taking a position of boys not playing girls' sports for political reasons. I think it's anti-woman. I think it's unfair to young women. And we passed that bill in the Texas Senate, so that doesn't happen here. We passed the heartbeat bill. We passed the bill to stop
My
boys
take
from
on
playing
that
girls'
is
sports.
it's
And-
fucking high school
and we're
sports.
not
Who cares?
for closing our border because we don't want to help people from other countries. We
Literally,
just
who
know
cares?
a country has to have boundaries, and that we can't not have the whole world come here. You know, in another 10 years, somewhere close to 15 to 20% of all people in America will
It's
come
not
here
that serious.
illegally. And we're not for guns because we like guns. Ooh, I mean, I got a lot of them. But we're for them because we know that's what protects us from tyranny of the government.
Many such cases.
That's why. The Democrats, they take positions to get votes. I know Democrats. I know a lot of Democrats. They don't think boys should play girls' sports, but they're afraid to vote. They don't think parents shouldn't have a choice where to send their children to school. And you know why? Because most of the Democrats in office send their kids to private school. So we are standing on the right side of issues.
Maybe we should make the
And
public
we
schools
cannot
better.
forget that in this election. When some will say, well, maybe we need to take a step back. No, we need to take a step forward. We just need to come as one. You know, 2 Chronicles 7:14 says, if my people who are called by my name. Now, let's break that down. Who are his people? I used to think once upon a time his people were all Americans. But of course Americans want a great America. Well, half this country the left does not believe in the America that we believe in. They're Marxist, socialist, communist. It's obvious. So it's not all America. Who are his people? If my people who are called by my name, those are Christians he's talking about. If my people will humble themselves and pray.
Thank you, Pastor.
Turn their face to me, ask for forgiveness, and promise to turn from their wickedness, and asked me to heal their land, I will hear them from heaven. I will forgive them for their sins, and I will heal their land. We have a great Republican Party in Texas and in America. We're a red country. You know, if you look at all the maps, states are starting to look alike. Texas is all red except the big cities. Pennsylvania is all red except the big cities. Georgia is all red except the big city of Atlanta.
Ain't that
Ohio's
crazy?
all red. It's rural and suburban Texas that will save Texas and save America. Look, you cannot have a strong America without a strong Texas. Texas is the America that all America used to be. That's why 1,000 people a day move
Texas,
here.
one
We
could
still
argue, is
believe
stuck in
those
the
values and
past.
principles. So I'm going to ask you to do something that maybe no one's ever done.
Georgia voted for
I respect
Biden
all
and
faiths, all
has
denominations,
2
all religions.
Democratic senators.
We're all God's people. But I take God at his word. He said, if you will do these things, I will heal your land. We need a God healing in this country in 2022 and 24. We need to persuade our friends.
Weird how
and
most
tell our
people are, in
friends
fact,
why
blue. It's just because
the Democrats are just wrong on these issues. It's bad for the family. It's bad for their family.
Republicans
it's bad
just
for our
look
country,
at, they just
it's bad for
pander
our
to these
economy,
areas.
it's
Like,
bad for their future.
you know, the rural
if you'd
areas, that's
stand
where,
with
like,
me for
all the
right
oil
now,
jobs
would you-
are,
would you all
so
stand
they're
with me
the
and
they're
pray
the
that
oil
prayer?
party, you know.
And maybe we did this at the Texas Convention. And we had thousands of people who stood. Just repeat after me. Lord, I believe in you.
Are we fucking praying,
You
man?
said if I would humble myself.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
And turn my face to you.
I fucking love,
And pray.
I love separation of church and state, Morty.
And turn from my wicked
God, I
ways.
fucking love separation of church and state so much.
That I would be forgiven. And that you would hear me from heaven. And you would heal
our land. Lord, we're reaching out to you now. We don't need you in the sidecar.
Have fun doing this for an hour.
We need you on that motorcycle, taking us down that path.
The thing is that if I actually go to church,
this great nation.
I'm not gonna. It's not gonna be an elected official.
I believe
using
Lord
the Bible
us.
to forward.
I believe He heard us.
Forward a political message that
because we will
for the
rise
purpose
up. Are we going to
of
keep
receiving
Texas
money.
red?
They want donations.
Are we going to take back Congress? Are we going to take back the U.S. Senate? And are we going to take the White House back in 2024? Remember this, America needs a leader, and Texas is the leader they're looking for. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. That was such an awesome sermon. Thank you. Harvard study. Most January 6th protesters did not seek revolution. Yeah, no shit.
Ready to get things started?
What the fuck am I watching?
Cpac, how y'all doing? I can't hear you.
Our economy is imploding. Food prices are soaring. Gas prices at record levels. You are a radical, murdering, supporting fascist. You're one sick, miserable, evil SOB. But thank you for coming on anyway.
I love just these fucking dunk clips, dude. I love how Fox News is just we're constantly trying to
with even speaking basic
just constantly farming like 10, 15-second clips.
Does that make any sense to anybody, or is it just me? The idea that with the nature not
Dude, this is such a fucking parody, man.
I didn't know that he had invited me for a beer. His opinion of me does not seem to be very high.
We still have Americans behind enemy lines. By the way, we're in the Oval Office. This is the Oval Office.
I'll put Mr.
Who is
Burgess
that?
up against
Sean Hannity?
Sean Hannity. They'll tear him up.
The governor
A Fox
of the
News
no
host?
income tax state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis. Governor, good to see you. Thank you. Very angry and defensive. I'm just trying to ask you a question.
Why are we rolling a Sean Hannity combo video right now?
This administration is nothing but a dumpster fire.
Wow, you made a you made a PAT. Barely. Wearing a fucking Peyton Manning jersey.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sean Hannity.
Yeah, that was a sick montage, man. Oh my goodness, the football! Certified cool guy, Sean Hannity. Oh my god, look at the form. that first one was a duck.
Hello, Texas.
What's up, gamers?
How y'all doing? You doing all right?
Yeah.
Last year, I missed Cpac, and I missed it a lot. You know what I love about Cpac? I love all the young people that come here because they're the future of this great country. And our job is to hand off to you a better country than we received.
Those are glasses in his hand, right? Why is he
generation? Right?
holding it like a fucking... He's holding it like Stone Cold Steve Austin holds a beer.
Isn't it kind of hard to imagine 18 months ago?
The lenses are going to be so smudged up, man. What the fuck?
This weak, this frail, this senile, cognitive mess as a president of the United States. Can you believe? Well, that's 18 months ago. How did that happen? We got to get our country back.
Now, I'm going to have one overriding theme in all of this. I know we've been through primaries. I know a lot of you very passionately support one candidate over another candidate. But first of all, can we please get the people of Arizona to get their Adam Schiff together? Can they count the votes? They haven't counted votes in 48 hours. We still don't know if Kari Lake won that race for governor. Why not? How do we expect to have integrity in our elections if they can't count the votes in 24 hours? Right? These are things that we should be able to fix and fix easily.
I don't understand why conservatives are so.
I brought some things.
I don't know why they're so adamant about.
I love these place. I love this place. What's not
about
to love about
wanting
Vermont?
to count
Who
all the
said
votes
that?
instantly? Dog, there's like everyone is responsible of counting like tens of thousands of votes. Like holy
New
shit,
Hampshire.
man.
You can't make this up. Poor kids.
God, he wears his glasses like such a fucking boomer.
As white kids. Who said that? Pretty amazing, isn't it? By the way, my favorite Joe Biden moment might be this. He
Top
finishes,
5.
doesn't know where to go as usual.
Joe Biden moment. Number 4. That one time he fell up the
He hasn't done
stairs.
that just once. He's done that twice. I mean, you got to work hard at shaking air. I don't, who's there? I got a few more Bidens, then we'll get into some serious stuff.
Number 3.
So a man asks about Hunter, and then Joe Biden challenges the guy to a push-up contest. Now, let me get this straight. The guy that fell not once, not twice, but 3 times climbing up the stairs to Air
Oh my
Force
God.
One.
Number 3. That time he fell up the stairs.
Anybody? Man, when my daughter was 4, she could win that. And then I don't know what's worse.
That did happen. I mean, yeah, it was
the stairs without falling down 3 times, or his press
the context of
secretary in
the
plane
Biden
said
push-up
it was
thing
very
is
windy
they were
outside.
challenging
Is it worse
that he was
fell,
physically
or is it worse
unfit,
that
and
the
it
wind
was
blew him over? I don't know what's worse.
he was doing a joke.
There's your President Joe Biden.
He's like, what, you want to
And
do
then
push-ups?
he said in a debate, the only African American
Because
woman
it was
elected to the United
it's so
States
ridiculous
Senate
that of
endorsed
course
him.
not is
Kamala was running
the point there.
with him. And there had already been previously an African American woman senator, but he gets that wrong. He says a lot of dumb things. You can't work at a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. Could you imagine if any one Republican ever said that? What the reaction would be? It would be insane. I could do this all day.
Number 2.
But I don't want to waste my time. I want to talk to you about something that's a little bit important. And
He
also a
actually
little bit
did
of fun.
top 5 Biden epic
We
fails.
all love our country, right? Everybody here, we love our... We live in the greatest, single best country, I believe, God has ever given man, right? Right? We believe as conservatives in something that is called natural law. What's natural law? Natural law is a pretty
God
simple
famously
concept.
said in the
We have
Bible,
our
America is my favorite
Joe
country.
doesn't know it.
Do you remember when he said that? What book was that? Does anybody remember? That was in the Old Testament, right?
They're all full of Adam Schiff. If you say Schiff fast
When God
enough,
said the
people
United
say
States of
you're saying-
America is
they
the
think
best
you're
country
saying
ever.
shit, but I'm not. That's the whole point of it. People call up the radio station. He just cursed on the air. No, he said Adam Schiff. Can you tell the difference? But here's the beauty of what we stand for, what this movement stands for. This is the movement that will save this country and get this country back on track. Because we all know what has happened in the last 18 months cannot continue. The country cannot survive with these failed policies. And it's simple. I can tell you in a minute what it means to be a conservative, right? Then I'll go into more detail. What do we believe as conservatives? We believe in liberty, right? And if you disagree, just scream it out. I'll bring you on stage and debate you.
Debate me.
Liberty, right? We believe in freedom. We believe in capitalism. We believe in our precious Constitution. That includes Amendment number 1 and Amendment number 2. That includes all the amendments. Hang on, my
I love
mic thing
amendments.
Here fell off. We'll get into that. Sarah Carter is in the house. Stand up, Sarah. Look at this. And Mercedes Schlapp is in the house. Give it up for Mercedes.
So we believe in liberty, we believe in freedom, we believe in capitalism, we believe in our Constitution, we believe in lower taxes, we want less bureaucracy. We want government to get the hell out of the way and let us bring
conservatism
that
is
natural
when
talent that God gave us to fruition.
is when child worker.
This is not complicated. Conservatism is not complicated.
Yeah, just
especially
get out of the way and let me hire 8-year-olds to clean my chimney. You know,
self-evident that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by the thing. You know the thing. I'm watching that and I'm saying, holy Adam Schiff. That's the President of the United States. That thing, God, our Father, the creator of everything. Rights come from God, not from government.
My God-given right to own a gun.
So we want lower taxes. We want
my God-given right to not be taxed.
So
what?
Then we want a few other things. We believe in the rule of law. We believe in law and order, so every town and every city in America is safe and secure, because you cannot pursue happiness if you don't have safety and security in your town and in your city where you live. And you see an explosion of crime all over the country. Broad daylight, New York. How is this defund, dismantle, no bail law mentality, mindset of the left, how has that served the people in this country? It's been an unmitigated disaster. We believe in, not only that, we believe that our kids deserve, it is our responsibility to give them a good education. And I'm not talking about CRT, and I'm not talking about gender identity. There are other people that can teach them that. There are these other creatures, they're called mommy and daddy, parents. That's their responsibility to instill values in their own kids, right?
What are teachers for at all? Why don't the parents just teach your kids everything?
For education than any other industrialized country in the entire world, with the worst results imaginable. You know, back when Ronald Reagan was
president,
I
think that schools are bad.
Study. It was called
is
The
my
Nation
take.
At Risk.
I think that we should just not do schools. Because mommy and daddy can do it.
The educational system in America, were it done by an outside entity or force or country, would be tantamount to an act of war. And it's gotten worse. We spend more per capita on education per student than any other country in the industrialized world, with the worst results. So let's
crazy.
Go back. We believe in liberty, freedom, capitalism, our Constitution, lower taxes, less bureaucracy. We believe in law and order, safety, security. We believe in choice in education. And we also believe in legal immigration, not illegal immigration. Did you ever
Most
think
immigrants come here legally?
A lawless president of the United States of America like we do now, that not only is aiding and abetting in the law breaking that is going on, and you all know it down here in Texas as well as anybody, right? Have you all experienced illegal immigration, what's happening down here?
So true, firsthand.
We're setting record after record after record, but it used to be catch and release. Now it's catch, process, give better preferential treatment to illegal immigrants, and that means no COVID tests. They didn't get no vaccine mandates if you come in here illegally. You get a Joe Biden phone, and then you get a free plane ride to some other state.
Dude,
in the
we're bringing back the fucking Obama phones, man.
Take care of every need you have. Housing,
it's a Biden
food,
phone,
clothing,
folks.
Education, healthcare.
They're giving them phones.
So we believe in immigration. All four of my grandparents came to
Obama
Ellis
phone
Island.
question mark? Yeah, there was a government program during the Obama administration where you could get like a cheap, shitty phone
and this probably is the biggest
on the government's dollar.
To me, more than any other issue. You know, I prefer
and Republicans
the guy
were furious.
That gave us $2 a gallon gasoline.
It was a social program
in 75 years made
where
us
poor people got free phones, cell phones.
I prefer the guy. Now, some people got upset with Donald Trump because he used to send out very mean tweets to a very corrupt media that lied about him for 3 years. If I got lied about for 3 years,
sounds like a
I
great
would
program.
think they're corrupt as hell like he does. Wouldn't
Phones
you?
are very nice to have. They're
So you think about
essentially
it,
required
I want America not
in
only to be
American
energy
society.
independent again, to be energy dominant. How is it possible we live in a time and a place and an era where we have more natural resources domestically with gas, natural gas, oil, and coal, and we got a president that is begging repeatedly OPEC to increase their output, and they keep saying no? How is it we have a president that wants to make Russia rich again? He imported 684 million barrels of oil from Russia last year. How is that possible?
I think
more
trade
oil,
is
more
actually
natural
bad.
gas, more coal than all of these countries
We
put
should
together.
stop trading with Russia and
How is it that
China.
he
I hate
wants to
Russia and
do
China so
another
much. No more
Iranian
trade.
deal, and all the Iranian mullahs
It's not,
do
yeah,
is
that wouldn't that be
threaten
so
to blow
awesome
Israel and
with no
the
ramifications?
United States off the face of the earth. How is that possible? Why would, in God's name, would you ever send an emissary to Venezuela to negotiate with that murdering dictator thug and make Venezuela rich again? And if you think Saudi Arabia is a
Vuvuzela iPhone.
pariah nation, and you think MBS
Checkmate.
killed journalist Jamal Khashoggi, why would you go over to Saudi Arabia and kiss the ass of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia? I wouldn't do it. And neither would Donald Trump.
Are you sure about that?
I think would any Republican
I think
president.
right now is a pretty
And
bad
this is
time to
where
talk about
our
how Trump
ideas
wouldn't
now begin
wouldn't
to
break
flow.
bread with Saudi Arabia.
If you think about
I think does he
every
know?
single problem
Does
that this
guys does he
country
know?
is currently facing, every single one of them is preventable. And the good news is, starting in
I don't think he
November,
knows.
if all of us put aside our petty differences, there's some people that
Trump,
supported this candidate.
he
and
did that during his
candidate.
presidency, and he's
We
currently doing
unite
it
as a
right now,
party
literally
behind
right
certain
now.
principles. And that's liberty, freedom, that's capitalism, that's our Constitution. We
Buzzwords,
believe in law
buzzwords,
and order.
buzzwords,
We believe in
buzzwords.
choice in schools. We believe in secure borders. We believe in energy independence. We believe in something called peace through strength and build up the biggest, meanest, toughest, baddest military on the face of the earth.
Which is why you need your AR-15 to defend against them.
If we fight future conflicts, no longer should America be sending our national treasure into a 20-year
My AR-15 will protect me from targeted drone strikes.
Bitch, kick their ass, win the war, and get the hell out. Not that hard.
I fucking love war, Morty.
Peace through strength, free and fair trade.
It's so awesome.
And, you know, all the Democrats have, it's going to be the same. We can all predict what they're going to run on this election season. It's simple. They're going to try and run on abortion is illegal in America. Well, go tell that to the people of Kansas, because it's not illegal in America. And it's not going to be illegal in New York. Can you believe I'm so stupid I live in New York? I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Why am I up here?
Wow,
God
I live
bless
in
Texas.
New York. Oh, that's where the broadcasters happen. That's where you have to go to one of two cities to
What's that?
broadcast on national TV.
Everyone says, God bless Texas. Oh, trust me, my next contract, line number 1, I get to leave. That's in there. But you think about, if it's the border, we can fix the border. If it's inflation, this is the single best opportunity energy we have to not only be the masters of our own destiny. Think of it from this perspective. Rather than deal with countries that absolutely positively
Also states' rights,
hate
but it's
our
bad when
guts,
Kansas votes for the thing
like
I
the
want.
ones that I
Yeah.
mentioned, and beg them for more production. If we would be energy independent and then take it a step further, become energy dominant around the world. Now, we should have learned
Energy
from Western
dominant.
Europe. We saw their dependence on
Which is why we
Vladimir
should go to
Putin
war in the
and
Middle
Russia
East more
and energy to the point where
and take their oil.
and
So that
Donald
way we're
Trump
energy
warned,
dominant.
Merkel about this. Why are you making Putin and Russia rich again? You are allowing him to control your destiny. If America's energy independent, it doesn't matter what happens in the Straits of Hormuz. If America is energy independent, it doesn't matter what goes on in the Middle East, except that we, I believe, have a responsibility to protect our ally and the only democracy in the region, which is Israel. If we're energy independent, We create
Israel, you guys hear about this? You guys see this?
For Americans,
I love them.
In the energy sector, and those jobs, they will train you. These oil companies to be a truck driver. You start out at $100 grand a year. They'll give you a place to live and all the overtime you can take. That's not a bad start in life for a young guy that maybe doesn't want to go to college. Pretty good start. If we're energy dominant, then we could take all of that natural gas. We have over 200 years worth of known supplies available. And then we ship it over to our Western European allies. We find a way to get it over there. And then America not only is energy dominant, but then why do you think Saudi Arabia is so rich? Why are all these Middle Eastern countries so rich? Why was Venezuela way back in the day so rich? Because they had energy. We've got more than.
Dude, I love being reliant on
it's good for national security,
a finite resource, Morty.
Creation. We have this other little problem that's been going on. It's called inflation. And every month I keep hearing it's transitory. It's not transitory. Just like the recession is a real recession. 2 quarters of negative growth, that equals a recession. We are living in a recession. The recession was caused by Joe Biden and the climate alarmist cult that want you to think that the world is going to end in 12 years. Now, AOC said that 2 years ago. And my feeling is, if it really was going to end in 12 years, I'd say the hell with it all. Let's have one big party for the last 10 years. And then we'll all go home and see Jesus together, or at least half of us will. I can't speak for what y'all are doing in your private life. But again, all of these problems were preventable. All of them are fixable. You want to fix the problem at our border? How hard would it be to put back in place the Stay in Mexico policy? How hard would it be to finish building the wall? How hard would it be?
Does anyone
to do these simple things?
have any spitball ideas as to what might be causing bad economy? Like what anything has anything happened in like the last 3 years or so that would have caused this?
You don't have radical associations. 2, you need a health check. You might not know it, but we just came through. We're still in the middle of a pandemic. In the middle of a pandemic, I think you need to prove that you're healthy. And number 3, you need to be able to prove that you're not going to be a financial burden on the American people because we can't afford it.
Prove that you're not going to be a financial burden?
Secure the borders. We're losing, and Sarah has reported on this extensively.
But more kids, but no abortion? But don't be a financial burden?
It's called fentanyl. It's called heroin. It's called opioids. 95% of it comes in across the southern border.
Source dude trust.
Now, if we want to get this country together, I only see
95% of opioids come from Mexico. This is true. This is true and real in
the most
in a fact.
Conservative party happens to be the Republican Party. We need every single one of you to deputize another 50 people in your life. Because we know the stakes are high. We also could kind of use election integrity measures. Why do you think the Democrats, they don't want voter ID, but you need an ID to get into the Democratic National Convention? Anyone ever think about that? You know, if I want to buy, I got caught so many times on TV, so I don't hide it anymore. I'm like Dave Chappelle. If I want to buy a Juul pod, I have to show a picture ID. I'm old enough to buy one. It's very complimentary. I feel young. Can I see your ID, please? I'm like, okay, here.
Hey, boomers.
But you need a picture ID. You need a picture ID if you want to buy a beer. You need a picture ID if you want a glass.
Anyone hate getting ID'd?
You need a picture ID if you drink vodka, scotch, whatever you happen to drink, whatever your drink of choice happens to be.
Woohoo! Oh no, I have to pull out my driver's license whenever I want to buy alcohol.
They don't want updated voter rolls. They don't want chain of custody controls, meaning the minute that mail-in ballots come in, it ought to be on a camera, it ought to be put in a room, it ought to be monitored, surveilled 24/7 to make sure they don't tamper with those ballots. Some of the problems in 2020 that we saw, they never made the accommodations for COVID. We have laws in many of the states that lost a lot of people's confidence. The law is partisan observers get to watch the vote count from start to finish. That you need that's called election integrity. If you have election integrity, then people won't have anything but confidence in the outcome. These
election fraud is when we lose election.
Insist on, but that has to happen at the state level. And I've been telling everybody since January of 2021, get to your state legislature, make sure they put in place integrity measures so that we can have free and fair elections. Now, last thing I want to say. You want me to throw some more footballs?
All right, hold on. A couple more footballs for the fans. He says, ugh.
You just dropped that in the end zone. You need to give that to a kid.
Shut up.
Ugh. You can tell I'm not running for president. All right, here you go. All right, you caught it. You all cracked me up. Oh, how did you miss that? It was in the breadbasket.
God, he sounds like fucking W whenever he says that. He's like, come on.
Okay, I want to talk to you about one last thing.
Oh my God, look at his notes. Look at his big, goofy first grader handwriting.
I want everybody to be aware of what the Democrats are going to do, so you know ahead of time.
They're going to kill your babies. They're going to drink their blood.
Election integrity. We know that if they get more power, they want to pack the courts, eliminate the legislative filibuster, D.C., Puerto Rico statehood. They want power in perpetuity.
Oh, dude.
So they can't run on the economy.
Oh, they're gonna end the filibuster. Right? Think about this. Imagine if the Senate had to vote on stuff.
They can't run on the worst pullout in the history of mankind in Afghanistan, can they? They can't run on creating peace deals in Europe.
If the Democrats have power, which they do,
so
they're going to pack the courts, which they haven't.
Abortion, I mentioned earlier, the Dobbs case. Well, go talk to the people of Kansas because they spoke pretty loudly the other night. If I had to guess, and some people in this room may not like this, this is not what I want, it's what I think is going to happen. Very different, right? I think what is probably going to happen, remember, of all the, by the way, Bill Clinton actually said this, I can't believe I'm going to quote Bill Clinton. And he said something interesting. He said abortion should be legal and rare. As a Democrat, he said that. You know, 55% of abortions now happen with a pill. And I'm guessing where this is going to vet out is probably going to be what Mississippi's law was, which is 15 weeks. And as science advances and we see the progress and the ability to take care
I agree
of a
with Bill
fetus
Clinton. Is this
outside
supposed to
of
be
the womb
a
and live independently? That will probably change over time. But that's what I'm guessing. But they're going to run abortion.
It's not like the women want, like, it's not like
January
the women who get abortions like want to have a ton of them, you know.
Riots in the summer
It's not like an awesome thing to
The
experience.
Democrats, they either denied they were happening and said nothing, or they lied to us and said
They shouldn't
they
be
were
rare.
mostly
Let people get
peaceful.
abortions.
I'm
Well,
watching cities burn down. That's not peaceful.
no, you're missing the point here. It's not like the quote doesn't mean that
rocks, bottles, Molotov
it should be hard to get
cocktails,
one. It
and
means
in property damage.
that
And
you
they-
shouldn't
no
need
one- where's
you
the
shouldn't
committee
need to get them all the
investigating those
time.
Riots by the Democratic base. You see, we don't have equal justice under the law in this country. We have a politicized Justice Department.
As in,
that
like,
only goes in one
fewer
direction.
unwanted pregnancies.
And then they're going to run on the usual, you know, Democratic
Like
playbook, which is
contraceptive
Republicans
and
are racist,
sex
sexist,
education.
homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic. They want dirty air, water, and they want grandma and grandpa to be thrown over a cliff by a Trump lookalike. Right? Am I right or wrong? Here's my plea to all of you. For the sake of our country, for the sake of your children, for the sake of your grandchildren, I urge all of you, whether you agree with each other, don't disagree with each other on some things, if we agree 80% of the time, that person is not our enemy, as Reagan said. I urge all of you that if you will put together a coalition of everybody you know and make it your priority to get everybody you know out to vote and to run on these simple conservative principles, there's not a single thing I said here that is complicated, then we will
It's common sense, folks.
We'll get America back on track, and then we'll win in 2024, and then we'll be back in the ball game, and we will be that beautiful city on a hill that Reagan spoke about. Let's make that our goal.
Ronald Reagan, our Lord and Savior.
Let's make that our prayer in Jesus' name. You can say Jesus at Cpac. God bless you, Cpac. Thank you.
Yeah, footballs. Woo! Look at that. It's in a shitty cardboard box. Still better than Garoppolo. Bada bing! Niners signed this man. He's from New York. He can replace Danny Dimes, right?
Soy americano.
Soy americano.
Soy hispana.
Estoy informado.
A través de una conversación directa.
Sobre los temas
que son importantes para mí.
Por las personas que entienden mis valores.
De dónde
I think
vengo.
like all
y hacia dónde voy.
All Hispanic Republican voters are single issue voters about abortion. Like every time. Or Cubans, which are like single issue voting about abortion. So it's like a Catholicism thing.
It's an attack the weak against the strong.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my new product, My Coffee.
Mike Coffee.
All the time from entrepreneurs for my new
Look at his house. This is like a Black Mirror set.
And when I tried My Coffee for the first time, I was blown away. It is the best coffee I've ever had in my life. I spent the last 4 months doing my due diligence, and this family-owned business micromanages every step from the fields to the cup to ensure the best quality coffee you're ever going to have.
For sure, man.
It starts with the beans
I can't believe it's Mike Coffee.
Honduras' volcanic soil and humid climate make the perfect growing conditions for coffee plants, which produce the best beans ever.
These beans are the best beans. Look at this. Look at it.
To meet the highest standards in the coffee industry. And after that, it goes into production, which is all done right here in the USA. It's like you're getting that small batch specialty coffee.
It's not grown here.
Delivered right to your front door.
How much?
So go to
How much?
mystore.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code and you'll get
How much
your
for a
very
bag?
own My Coffee for 25% off.
One of those bags typically would run you like $14.
Hundreds of hotels. I've tried every coffee out there.
One of the larger size right there. That's like a $12 to $14 bag of coffee.
Leave me jittery or I get an upset stomach. Well, My Coffee is different. It's the richest, smoothest, best coffee I've ever
My
had.
Coffee will cure cancer. It'll solve your ED. It'll fix your marriage. It'll make your kids love you again.
Certified organic and non-GMO. I guarantee it'll be the best coffee you've ever had. So go to mystore.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get My Coffee for 25% off. And I'm going to give you deep discounts on all my store products.
This is such a funny ad, dude.
It's my new platform for USA entrepreneurs. Please order now.
This is where I plan to retire.
Awesome.
But planning for that day.
Holy shit.
Everything is getting expensive. Inflation is
Oh,
the highest we've
it's
seen
Rick
in
Pawn.
40 years. So,
Your host, from Real America's Voice, Amanda Head.
God.
Hey. What a day to be
Wow,
here.
how
I think that the most
awesome.
important thing to bring to everyone's attention first is that over the course of the life of Cpac, God bless Matt Schlapp, there have been so many conversations about abortion and what would hypothetically happen in a post-Roe America. So I think it's important to recognize that this is the first time that this panel is taking place within the reality that we are a post-Roe America.
Wow, good job, Supreme Court.
And
shout out to Donnie T, 3 conservative justices. Whoa.
And the efforts that you both have put forth to change that. So, Carol, I want to start with you. I want to talk about the legislative aspect. This issue has been sent back to where it belongs with the states. So give us kind of obviously we don't have time to go state by state, but give us an overview of where
states' rights. We should.
Well, there were 13 states that had trigger laws.
We should put slavery back on the table. That's all I'm saying. Just let the states decide.
Immediately or very soon after, protect unborn children. There were another 9 states that had laws on the books pre-Roe that had never been repealed. So technically, those could have gone back into effect. 4 states were in both categories. So we had 18 states ready to protect unborn children as soon as Roe was overturned. We now have 10 states with laws in effect because we've got some judges who are looking at constitutions, whether it's still the federal or state constitutions, and pretending that they are like the ink blot in a Rorschach test. Yeah. That they're just, whatever you want to interpret it to be, that's what it is. And they are finding rights in the Constitution to protect abortion, not unborn children. So we've got a large battle ahead of us. It's not just the states, though. I think Congress has a role.
There we go.
There are certainly things that they can be doing as well. And I want to encourage everybody, we've got to win the vote in November. If leaders like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are in charge next year and they've got the votes, we know that they will pass the Women's Health Protection Act so that abortion is legal through the entire country for all 9 months of pregnancy, and tax dollars will be paying for it. They will
sounds so
get rid
awesome.
of the filibuster so that they can put that law into effect. And I fully would
I love the filibuster, Morty. I love it whenever you never have to pass any new laws. Just keep everything exactly the way it is right now forever. No new laws. No new laws with the filibuster. You don't have to vote on shit.
Good candidates. And I want to say, if your favorite candidate did not win the primary this year, vote for the candidate who did. Because if Chuck Schumer has another vote, we are in serious trouble next year.
Yeah.
But I also want to caution every single one of you, this is a 50-state battle. We've got some states that are already protecting unborn children. Many states are ready to do it, just waiting for their legislature to come back into session. But we are seeing that, our opponents obviously are well-organized, well-funded. We saw what happened in Kansas. But they're going to go after every state. No new laws is going to be my running slogan in 2045. In South Dakota, which is a very pro-life state, they protect unborn children. Text has already been submitted to the Attorney General so that if he certifies the wording and says this is understandable and this fits the way our Constitution or our procedures work, they're already planning to collect petitions to have a ballot on a measure on the ballot in 2024 to override what the state legislature has done, because they want to take it to the people thinking that they will win. That is going to happen in all 50 states. I truly believe that. So if you've come from a state that you can say, oh, we're good, we're conservative, we're pro-life, we're protecting unborn children, expect some activity like that, so don't take anything for granted.
Absolutely.
Me personally,
Sandy,
I'm attacking unborn children.
There are so many cultural aspects.
I could beat any of them in the ring.
But on the medical side, there are some things that are emerging, and I think that the use
I will fight
of
every pregnant woman in the nation.
More prevalent.
Personally.
Talk to us about the dangers of that.
Well, I think people don't understand. I was talking to someone recently. And
at the same time, if I have to.
Right, there's a pill now. Why not just take this pill? And then it's much easier, much cleaner. You can do it at home. And I just read that half of the abortions now are through the abortion pill. But the problem is it's not just a pill, it's 2 pills. The first pill that you take,
it's not even
kills
one pill.
The baby. It disintegrates the placenta and the baby dies. So you do this at home.
It's not a baby.
That's nice and convenient, right? So you wait a certain amount of time, then you take this second pill, and the second pill starts the contractions. And what happens is you give birth at home. You give birth, excuse me if there are children, in your toilet. You are there to deal with all of the blood and the baby. It is a baby. And in some places,
hey, yo, you ever have a period, bitch? You forget what it's like?
And in some places, it's up to 6 months. Now, I don't know if that's here in the States.
How long has it been?
In the world, up to 6 months. And so women are doing this in the privacy of their home without a doctor. And I think we're going to see more of that. One of the horrible things that happens from that is if it doesn't happen the way it's supposed to, you can have this baby and it can be very deformed and injured from that. Or you have to go back and they have to take the rest of the baby out. It's horrific. So if someone tells you there's an abortion pill and that's great, don't believe it. It is really a nightmare, and it's really disgraceful that we have legalized it. Could I also say, Amanda, when you said that this whole thing of Roe versus Wade happened because of people like
personally,
Carol
I think that if a woman has her period and the egg isn't fertilized, they should go to jail.
That in the 70s and 80s,
it's like that's a potential kid that could serve in our military.
Price to pay for that. Right now, it's kind of in vogue. At least it has been until.
Have we thought about this?
It's been in vogue. It's been like a banner that people have followed.
I think that we should just treat women like they're just the baby factory.
Pro-Life Action League. I had a lawsuit sued by the National Organization for Women.
So we need to increase their production, like just think about it from like a business perspective.
20 years. He nearly lost his home and everything. Father of 7 children. That's just one.
Think about all the minimum wage workers we could.
And Phyllis Schlafly.
We could have for like we have a labor shortage because nobody wants to work. But what if there was like more people? So that way we can choose from like a larger pool, so we can have more workers.
People really paid a huge price to bring us to this point.
Yeah, once upon a time they said safe, rare, and legal, and my goodness, how that has changed. Carol, I wanted to switch gears with you. The misinformation that's coming from the left, the leftist messaging machine has kicked into overdrive. They are demonizing so many aspects of the pro-life movement. They are lying about repercussions for physicians and doctors, pregnancy clinics. Talk to us about that.
I never quite expected the kind of lying and misinformation, and to the extent that we are seeing it. Any newspaper, any news outlet, social media, of course, everything is focused on doctors being afraid to treat women with ectopic pregnancies or miscarriages. Because if their state is protecting unborn children, meaning abortion is not allowed in most cases, then they are afraid that they are going to be accused of performing an abortion if they are helping a woman who has a serious problem. This is
the problem is the pregnancy.
Baloney. It is a total fabrication to scare women. Certainly, I don't want my sister to die if she gets pregnant and has a problem. I don't want my daughter to die, whatever it might be. But OBGYNs go to school to learn how to treat these kinds of situations. They are trained in how to remove an embryo or a fetus, an unborn child, from the womb.
Like you can't call it an embryo whenever you're defending it, but call it an unborn child whenever you're not defending it.
The pregnancy was carried to term. We are seeing so many lies about this, but every OBGYN is trained. They know what to do. Currently, 85 to 90% of OBGYNs do not perform abortions. So we've got all these doctors and certainly hospitals like the Catholic hospitals that have for years been helping women in these difficult circumstances. So you can find a couple of doctors here and there to say, oh, I'm afraid, I don't want to help. They're aiding and abetting the abortion industry. And quite frankly, at this point, I would say it seems to be working because a lot of people truly believe they will die if they get pregnant and have a problem.
Yeah.
And we just need to counter that message as well. And also, what
she's
we're
trying to
hearing
vouch
is that
for.
women are going to end up in jail. National Right to Life published a letter, led the drive to get more than 70 pro-life organizations around the country to sign on. We have no interest in putting women in jail. They have been raised in a society that says they can't get a job or hold a good job, they can't have a good education if they have a child. We know that women are victimized because they
what if they could afford
are
it?
pushed into the abortion, either from their partner, maybe it's their parents.
You know,
but
maybe we could
know
fix
that
abortion
even if
by
they think
paying
abortion is
people more
fine,
money.
They have been told that they can't have kids if they want to succeed. So we've got a whole mentality, I think, of women who have, to some extent, been victimized by our culture and by our arguments. So we're just saying we want to save babies.
Yeah.
You know, we want to go after the doctors who are killing babies, but we're not interested in putting women in jail. And yet, again, that is out there. Women are going to be penalized. They're going to end up in jail. So we have a lot of countering to do to the lies that are out there.
Yeah, the stigma has to change, and we as conservatives, I think, have got to get
She's
better at messaging. Sandy, I wanted to
she's
ask
like
you,
trying to play both
like
sides,
Crisis
where
Pregnancy
we're like,
Center
oh yeah,
that literally only
we don't want to punish
help
them for
women.
doing it, but we
They
don't
provide
want
them with
people
the
to do
supplies they
it.
need, diapers,
But
emotional
like, if you
support
do it,
that
you won't get
again, they literally
like nothing will
only
happen to
help,
you.
and yet they are being attacked.
These are very dark times. There's an evil creeping across the country and the globe. I don't think anyone would deny that. And I think one thing that occurred to me, and I alluded to it a few
Like, if we want to
ago,
bring it to the States,
we have kind
like,
of worn
you're
being
just making it
pro-life as a
inconvenient.
badge.
It's like,
Let's
oh
be
yeah, you have to
safe.
drive your ass to
Churches have
Kansas or
taken
drive
on
your
crisis
ass to
pregnancy
Illinois.
centers. We've had T-shirts and marches and all of that. It's been kind of a, in a way, in its dark side, it's kind of like virtue signaling.
So can I,
Well,
like,
I'm
drive to
pro-life.
Kansas,
I'm pro-life. That's what gets them elected. We're entering
buy
a new
Plan B
place
and then drive back?
where I think that we're going to separate, the wheat from the chaff, because it's one
It's
thing
illegal to go out of state to do it.
It's quite
No,
another thing to have your
they can't.
be bombed out
Can't enforce
or
that.
attacked or unsafe
And also,
in a pregnancy
just-
center,
it's
or
it's
maybe
unenforceable.
a pastor who preaches about it on Sundays, especially in the states where abortion is legal.
Like, imagine
it's going to become very
there are no
unsafe
casinos in
to be
Texas.
pro-life. And
And
so
there's
it's
tons
going
of
to
casinos
take
in Oklahoma.
time
Imagine
of courage for all of
Imagine
us
if
in
Texas
everything,
litigated
but
against people who
particularly in
drove to
pro-life right
Oklahoma to
now. Because the
gamble.
left has chosen this. This is like
Imagine.
we all know it's their holy grail. It is their. It's like a.
Imagine if you went to
sacrament
jail
them.
for
I'll
crossing the
never
border to
understand it, but it's
Oklahoma
like
to
child
play slots.
sacrifices, it seems to be very important to them, and so it's like what drives them is so wicked we can't comprehend it. So we're going to have to just make our foreheads, as the Bible says, harder than their foreheads, and not let them. We've got to speak the truth.
Like,
because
yeah, can I
one
see
thing
your
you
ID,
just
sir?
mentioned,
And it's like
we
a
do this
Texas
for
driver's license.
women,
We're like,
for heaven's sake.
sorry.
The information is
Ooh,
about
I'm sorry.
how
We only have
horrible
Oklahomans in this
for women
casino.
later in
Oh,
life, and for
ooh, sorry,
men,
we
fathers
can't let you
who've
in because you're
allowed
from
their children
Texas.
to be aborted or encouraged it in their girlfriends. This is a bad thing for everyone. It's just, it's an attack against life, and it's redeeming to have those babies. Let someone else take care of them. But it's a redemption.
No one's
even in
gonna
the
do
case of
that.
rape. So this is why we do this, and we're going to
Yeah,
have
put
to
the
steal
like
our resolve.
have the baby and then put it in a orphanage.
Carol,
Somebody will come by and raise the baby, right?
for elected leaders who
Tons
are
of people just
pro-life,
want to
who
adopt
are
kids.
fighting, the
Right.
other side, whether it's a state elected official or someone who works on Capitol Hill. What is the best way for everyday Americans, for American voters who are pro-life, to support those elected leaders and let them know they're on the right path? We support you. We're going to vote for you again. Please just protect life.
I'm sure a candidate would say send a check.
You're right.
But they do need our encouragement and our support. This is a difficult time. I mean, we are in uncharted waters. There may be a few elected officials who were here before Roe v. Wade, but not many. We've got a lot of candidates who are pro-life, but they also want to get reelected or elected. They need to know that the pro-life people are standing with them, working with them, promoting them, and supporting them financially if you can. They need to hear from us. Letters, phone calls, tell them, I'm pro-life, I love that you are, and I'm with you, I'm supporting you. Thank you for being a voice for the voiceless.
This is
Just
my
keep that
grandma, by the way.
encouragement coming, because you know they are hearing from our opponents.
I've had conversations with my grandma about
There's a flip side to that, because some
political policies,
elected.
and pretty much
When
just
it
going
comes time to
down the
actually do
list, she
something
agrees
about
with
it, they run and hide or they do nothing.
left-leaning stances
So they need to
because,
be held to-
of course, she does.
So if
My
you've got
family's
a
poor,
primary where
but
all the candidates say they're pro-life. Look to see that they've
my
actually
grandma
got skin in the
largely
game. They've
votes
actually done something. And
Republican
if they haven't, they
because
don't deserve your
the Democrats kill babies.
Sandy, I wanted to finish with you on the cultural side. You see Democrats and liberals.
He's like, yeah, I like having my Social Security and my Medicare and my Medicaid. I think that people shouldn't be walking around with deadly high capacity guns. I think
what
that
does it say about a country?
That minimum wage should get raised.
What does it say about a country like ours?
All these things that would greatly benefit her in particular. And whether or not people get abortions does not affect her life at all. But Hillary Clinton wants to kill babies, so I'm voting for John McCain or whatever.
And allow our women to become so hard-hearted, and allow our children to look at us with blank stares because they've forgotten, they don't even know why life is precious. I don't know how we got here, other than the fact that we allowed too much along the way. We tolerated too much. And we have to stop that. We've got to say this is the line.
But I think my grandma voted Biden
and we
in
have
16.
To reestablish that, and we can do that
because she didn't like Donald Trump.
We got to do it to our children. Carol does that all the time.
Just because she just didn't like him.
We just have to say it over and over again until people listen. We've got to turn the ship around, and I believe it can be done, and it must be.
Well, I think for so long there have been so many pro-life Americans. They are emboldened now, like I said, to your credit.
16 or 20? 20, sorry.
We appreciate you. It's a new day in America. It's post-Roe America.
Yes,
it's incredible.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord.
All righty. All right, ladies. Are we done?
I think she voted Trump in 16 because she hated Hillary, but she voted Biden in 20 because it wasn't Hillary. I don't know what it is about Hillary Clinton and old ladies hating her. It might just be because I live in Oklahoma, but I feel like every old woman that I've ever heard bring up Hillary Clinton, it's just been
this is where I
like
plan to retire.
all of them hate her. Hey, he's back. It's Rick Pond.
Everything is getting expensive. Inflation is the highest we've seen in 40 years. So, how do you protect your money, your retirement, your savings? Well, you know me. I like to call in the experts. That's why I called American Hartford Gold, and you should too. They can show you how to safeguard your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify your portfolio with physical gold and silver. In 1965,
physical gold and silver?
Gold
No.
would buy approximately 100 gallons of gas. Today, it will buy over 500 gallons of gas. They will even help you protect your IRA or 401k.
I thought this was going to be just like a run-of-the-mill, oh yeah, here, like, put it in the S&P 500, dipshit. But no, physical gold and silver, that's such a fucking old person thing.
To family-owned, American-made choices. The last 2 years, we've watched as our country is being torn apart right in front of our very own
Self-internalized
eyes.
misogyny. My grandma doesn't believe America is ready for a woman president despite Hillary winning the popular vote.
At Patriot Switch, we can do this. We can stem the tide
Probably.
by voting with our feet and our dollars. We shop from a family-owned manufacturer. That's right, we're talking factories on the ground here in America. When you shop Patriot-owned, family-owned, made in America, we're effectively taking away the market share from those who do not support you and your values. You can do this too. Go to patriotswitch.com and don't forget to select RSBN because you heard it here first.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I want to give
my slippers.
One last chance to
Oh my god, I just want my entire home to be filled with Mike Lindell merchandise. I'll drink his coffee. I'll use his water filters. I'll use his bidet. His pillows, of course. The robes. I'm gonna get like 4 pairs of these slippers.
That you won't find in any other slippers. My slippers, patented layers, make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Not only that, they come with an indoor-outdoor sole, so you can wear them anytime.
Oh my! I can wear the Mike Lindell slippers anywhere. Is that? Wait, hold on. Do you guys see the art behind them? Look at the big fucking painting behind him. Next time it cuts to him.
To get your very own My Slippers for only $49.98. That's $90 off. We have extremely low quantities, and once they're gone, they're gone. So
it's Jesus Christ.
Welcome, former Secretary of Housing and
Crown
Urban
of
Development,
Thorns,
Dr. Ben Carson.
With who's like he's the stand of a lion. He is the stand of. Oh my fucking God, it's Ben Carson. Jesus Christ wearing the crown of thorns is the stand of the big cat.
Thank you very much. Well, so good to be back at Cpac again. Be in steaming hot Texas.
Ah, God, it's kind of hot out.
I was under a great time restraint because my flight was leaving at 5:40, but of course it's delayed.
Very cool.
All flights these days are delayed. You know, and it's not a weather problem. It's not a mechanical problem. It's because we've lost so many of our pilots and other staff because they won't take a vaccine that doesn't work. And
is that it? It doesn't work. Oh no, pick a lane. Pick a lane, man. What do you mean? Pick a lane.
And it really is kind of irritating, quite frankly. And we will finally know that our government has gotten the message when they begin to fully acknowledge.
Okay, is the vaccine awesome because Trump made it and it's so good because it was made by Operation Warp Speed, or is it a sham and does it not work? Which one is it?
But of course, if they acknowledge natural immunity, then they can't insist that everybody get the jab. So, you know, you see how
do you prove if you're naturally immune? Just fucking get it, man. Just who cares? Just get it. Just fucking get it.
Because, you know, America is.
What's the Coggers Award do? I'll play Cogma in League of Legends, but I'm not playing League of Legends. The answer is that I'm too lazy to remove it.
Nigerian dream or French dream or even a Canadian dream. You know, the Canadians used to think they had one. But, you know, the fact of the matter is we are the place that people long to come to. And our country was a grand experiment. Nobody in Europe or other parts of the world thought it would work. I mean, they thought it was farcical.
Yeah, nobody ever did imperialism before America.
People, without having a monarch or a governing body, how could it work? And yet, it has worked for almost 200
It had a monarch, man. I don't know.
And created the greatest nation the world has ever known.
Should we tell him?
However, that experiment is in jeopardy. Now, more so than it has ever been. We have people who have a different dream than the traditional American dream of life and liberty, pursuit of happiness, being able to do things the way you wanted to do them without somebody.
It was England. Does he know?
And you know, when Benjamin Franklin came out of the Constitution Hall in 1787, after they finished the toil and labor, a lady said, "So what do we have, sir? A republic or a monarchy?"
Dude, he is about to fall asleep.
If we can keep it. If we can keep it. And that's going to be really where we are right now.
This totally happened, by the way. Yeah, and that man was Albert Einstein.
One bit. You know, we see our children being indoctrinated. And,
think of the kids.
Starting at a very early age.
Does anyone know of any sort of body that indoctrinates kids into thinking that a certain thing is true and real?
We love you. You're very special.
Now, animals
Game Prisoner, thanks for the Prime.
Big midbrains in their brain because they need to be able to react to things very quickly. People's midbrains are not as well developed, but in substitute for that, we have these very well developed frontal lobes where you engage in rational thought processing. And we can calculate and we can project and we can evaluate people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin, like an animal.
Uh-huh.
And then we have people who are trying to confuse our children about their gender. You know, there was a time when we all knew that if you had two X chromosomes, you were a female. And if you had an X and a Y,
gender is made up, Ben.
But now, no, well, if you wake up in the morning and you
gender
feel
is made
like
up, Ben.
Else, that's what you really are. Even if you feel like you're a tree, you're a tree. Give me a break. You know, these people are nuts. They actually have lost their minds. You know?
R/1 joke.
But, you know, what is really happening here? What they are trying to inculcate
and also,
people
there are many different combinations of X and Y chromosomes that you can have.
Don't believe your heart. Just listen to us. We'll tell you.
You can have more than you can have 2 X's and a Y.
And they're trying to condition.
You can have 2 X's and come out as either sex.
We don't need to think that way, because this nation was founded on Judeo-Christian values and principles that show us how we're supposed
Dog whistle
to
me the fuck up, fam. I love Judeo-Christian values. This very real thing.
And
that was definitely what America was built on.
Taught that they need safe spaces, that you don't need to respect the opinions that differ from yours, that you can cancel people, that your opinion is more important than other people's opinion. And then we're surprised when a young person takes a high-powered weapon.
The founding fathers famously loved the Jews.
And then we say, well, it's the gun. It is not the gun. It is the heart that needs to be changed. We need to be aiming at the right thing in our nation again.
Yeah, it's that's why it only happens in America.
And we need to teach more.
Other places don't have evil people.
Once again,
if I'm to believe,
I think we made a big mistake in the '60s when we said God cannot be in our schools. You know, think about
separation of church and state. I fucking love it, dude.
It's in our founding document.
Yeah, if I'm to believe that it's like, oh, the family needs to change. We need to. It's the people have lost their path and they need to find God. That's why we're having all these mass shootings.
It's in our pledge.
Does that mean that like Japan has more? That Japan has better families and more God than us, or what? Japan doesn't have a mass shooting problem.
And yet, you say you can't talk about that in your schools. You're not supposed to talk about that in public.
Like Germany doesn't have a mass shooting
in
problem.
Medicine, we call that schizophrenia, and that seems to be what's going on in our country right now.
Japan, a famously Christian
and then
nation.
You look
yeah,
at what's
exactly.
going on at our southern border. It's not just that millions of undocumented
Canada doesn't
people are
have
coming in,
the mass
bringing
shooting
all
problem.
Kinds of things with them. We don't know what diseases they have, bringing human trafficking into our country, and that's not the biggest problem, though. The biggest problem is that there are nations in this world that hate America, that want to destroy us. Places like Iran that see us as the great Satan. Why wouldn't they?
Why would they
sending
think that?
Their operatives through our southern border, targeting our electric grid and sending us back a century, putting us in a very vulnerable spot?
Wouldn't that be so awful if somebody came into your nation and targeted your electrical grid, sending you backwards?
We have got to.
It would be awful if somebody were to invade your nation and do that, wouldn't it be? It would really make you hate those people if that were to happen, in a hypothetical sense.
And then what
can anybody think of any examples that's happened in the past 30 years of that happening?
Not able to protect themselves.
and any of the ramifications of those events?
You know, what about the little babies who have not been born yet, but who are fully human? Let me read you something from the Bible. It says, if thou forbear to deliver them that are drawn unto death, and those that are ready to be slain, if thou sayest, behold, we knew it not, doth not he that pondereth the heart consider it? And he that keepeth thy soul, doth not he know it? And shall he not render
he has the paper up, but he just reads it from his phone.
God expects us to do something when innocent people are being drawn to death.
Why not just put it on the paper, man?
And I think that verse speaks for itself. And then what about all the crime and the violence that is going on? All these things that I'm talking about are picking away at the foundation.
The crime, the violence.
And there are those who say
it's so bad. It's so bad, and it's Joe Biden's fault.
Some people have no chance. You think back to the George Floyd tragedy, and that was a tragedy. That was a horrible thing. But that police officer, Derek Chauvin, was way off on the far end of the bell curve. That's not the way typical police act.
Bad apple.
And yet it was played 24/7.
Such a bad apple, this isolated incident that doesn't hardly ever happen.
We talked to some friends of ours.
It really sucks whenever this so rarely happens.
They're playing that all the time over here, talking about America. Absolutely untrue. And how often, actually, are unarmed black men killed by police officers? Well, that bastion of conservative thought, the Washington Post, says that it is less than 2
How often is it happening, really?
Now, that's still too many, but there are more than 50 million police-civilian encounters a year. It is nowhere near a common occurrence. And there was another incident that occurred just like the George Floyd incident. Same kind of situation, police with the knee on the neck.
Are you turning that George Floyd was a bad thing to them now? It depends on the Republican. Some people say that he was all drugged up. Yeah, the fentanyl, the whatever. It's like the drugs.
You think about it.
He was a criminal. It wasn't even. He didn't even die of asphyxiation. It was something else. It was just a crazy coincidence.
And our new book, Created Equal. But then let's think about something like energy. We were energy independent. Think about that. We were net exporter of energy. Cleanest air, cleanest water.
Clean this water.
And we gave all of that away. We gave the keys to
we gave all of our energy to Putin. We just
led to massive
does anybody know why? We just decided that we didn't want it, and we just said, here you go, Vladimir Putin, take our oil.
And now the Chinese
it's on the
are
house.
talking about Taiwan, and more things will continue to happen because of stupid policies and decisions. And you know what we can't do is we can't change the impact of stupid policies just by renaming them. And we can't get rid of recession that has occurred just by renaming it. And the only people who believe that are people who don't think for themselves. And I think it's rather offensive to the American people for anybody to think that they're stupid enough to believe that. American people are smart, but we have to continue to work with them. We have to make sure that we feed them the right information. That's the reason that we developed the American Cornerstone Institute, which I founded along with many terrific people from HUD to concentrate on those principles that made us into a great nation. That would be our faith, which teaches us how to relate to each other. That would be liberty, freedom. That would be community, the ability to work together, and that would be life, our love of life and our respect for life from the womb to the tomb. And we also have a pediatric component to the program.
Wait, wow, that was a catchy buzz line.
And please
I'm
look
gonna clap
up
for that.
littlepatriotslearning.com. We have beautiful illustrated lessons for the children to teach them the real history of our country, the real principles.
The real history.
And it's free of charge because we have wonderful underwriters, and also the books, Why America Matters.
Cpac alert.
And a new book that just came out, Red, White, and Blue. Our Flag Matters to Me and
Broadcast ends on 27 minutes.
Who we are as a nation. And we don't skip the bad parts of who we are, but I got to tell you, there's a lot more good parts than there are bad parts about this nation. And
is that just this live stream that we're watching, or is that the whole event? I haven't looked at the schedule at all.
There are those who want to make you think that America is horrible because we had slavery.
There's no way they're closing with
But
Ben
if you know
Carson
any
today.
history, every society has had to deal with slavery. There are more
At
slaves in the
6:30
world today
Eastern.
than there have ever been at any point in time, particularly with human trafficking. So there are plenty of issues there. But if there's something unique about
Watch
it,
on
is that we
Rumble.
had so many people who were vehemently opposed to slavery that we fought a civil war and lost a large portion of our population to get rid of the evil institution. That's what we need to teach our children about slavery in this nation. And let me just
Slavery is the only
wrap up by
thing
saying,
America has done that's bad.
you know,
It's true.
Conservatives, people who are logical, people who love our nation, we need to get rid of our pet peeves, because there are so many people who say, I don't like that person. His policies may be okay, but I don't like him. I can't vote for him. I'm just going to sit it out. That is the same as voting for the socialists. And I guarantee you, when the socialists get in
These things are the same.
You're going to regret that. Your pet peeves won't mean a thing to them.
Suppose we have an hour left, though we are 2 hours behind schedule.
We have also got to learn to stop talking about election integrity and do something
2 hours behind
about
schedule.
it. You know, you think about Virginia last November. They had volunteers to cover 96% of the precincts to make sure there was no hanky-panky. That's what we've got to do on a nationwide level. And we've got to start thinking about election reform, something that works for everybody, something that is transparent, that everybody can trust, because no one trusted what happened in 2020. But in 2016, there were all people saying, he's not my president, I don't believe it worked. You know, it doesn't work for any of us. We need to spend some significant intellectual...
Yeah, people saying Trump is not my president and Trump saying that the election was stolen are the same. These are the same thing.
Because Europeans were fascinated with why a country barely 50 years old was already able to compete with them on virtually every level. And he studied our government. He was duly impressed by the fact that we had
Jump scare.
Separation of
rubbing the mic,
and checks and balances. He looked at our business model and was duly impressed by the way we encourage innovation and entrepreneurship. And he looked at our schools and he was blown away. You could find a mountain man and they could read and he could tell you about the Declaration of Independence. But then he looked at our churches, and that's what blew him away. The sermons that came out of those pulpits.
You happen to remember the end of the July 4th speaking story where the guy went, so are you two guys like?
And fortitude to defeat the most powerful military
force
on the planet. And they gave the people a sense of morality and right and wrong.
It's off topic right now, so I'm not going to say it.
He concluded his two-volume analysis called Democracy in America by saying America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, she will cease to be great. Let us make America good and great again.
That literally means nothing. Does everything have to be about church? Well, you see, the Republican Party largely caters to Christians. They made their entire party is the Christian Party. Lindell TV on frankspeech.com. Oh my God, he's I can't get away from him. Frank Speech. I'm speaking Frank. I'm Francis Speech.
We're not just any news network. We show the crowd, we show the energy, we show the enthusiasm, we interview people, we show the smiles on everyone's faces as they fill into one of these venues to support their president, to support their values, their beliefs, their flag, their country. We show all of that to you. We bring it right up to you and make it personal, as if you're with us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in.
It's so awesome. It's so great in bloggers.
On the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves.
This one. We'll watch these ads instead. Do. I'm blind? How was the gauntlet? I'm not doing it. This is fishing for bonds.
And real America's voice.
Real America. Not the fake America.
So make sure you stop by to say hi. It's your voice. Real America's voice.
Our nation faces challenges at home and abroad.
China.
That threaten our economic and military security.
It's gonna be a military ad. Join the Air Force.
The Chinese Communist Party, the last 5 years,
Scare tactics. Join the Air Force.
Abundantly clear that they intend to not just compete with the United States, they intend to surpass us and to be the world leader in innovative technology. Innovation drives economic
China bad. China bad. China bad.
Lost sight of what it is to protect this nation.
China's
I don't get why China is such a big problem. Well, if they have more, that means we have less.
They are serious.
And that's a problem.
For us.
That's a fact, and it's a problem.
And they've gone, hang on a second. What if we don't just steal the technology? What if we steal the system that America actually operated successfully and we implemented in China? What if we out-America America? Dominating technology means you dominate the
What if we out-America America?
You dominate the
America
world.
is when building
It
stuff.
all goes back to the question of who is going to develop the technologies of tomorrow. Clearly, this is a race that we cannot afford to lose.
Oh my God, Cold War II. Cold War II, baby.
We're not going to have a country.
We have to build. We have to build computers, Jack.
For Giving Liz the Biz. Please welcome from Ohio, Congressman Jim Jordan, and your host, Cpac Chairman Matt.
Hey, they turned up the conservative.org stream, so that's nice. It was loathfully quiet. Holy shit! Look at these. It's Jim. No one runs an ad. Wowie. There really is nothing you could do.
How's everyone doing?
What's up, gamers?
I can't believe how fast the first day is gone. It just went like that. What did you think about that certain leader of a foreign country that spoke earlier? Did you like that speech? Yeah, I figured that was pretty popular. Jim Jordan, you've done something in Congress that like no one has really ever done. You've achieved these important positions, and at the same time, you have like 100% rating on our scorecard. Like no one really ever does it that way. Is it hard to always do the right thing?
I don't know.
Jim
how that
Jordan,
happens,
famously
but,
always doing the right thing.
It does. You guys, you give me that nice plaque every year, and I appreciate it. I just try to do what I said I was going to do, fight for the things that I think are worth fighting for, and try to stay true to the message of those values and principles that make our country the great place that it is.
Yeah, forget what I said about the audio, by the way.
I always say, the left now controls. The left controls big media. The left controls big tech. The left controls big corporations. The left now controls big sports. The left controls Hollywood.
Big business is good, except whenever it's Facebook.
The White House, the left controls the Senate. They control the House, but they don't control
Coca-Cola, awesome.
People.
That's right.
And so you try to focus on that, and somehow it works out.
ExxonMobil, love those guys.
So we got a big election.
Big sports, yeah. NFL bad because kneel at flag.
I'm kind of being sarcastic because I think you're probably very in demand on the campaign trail. You're going everywhere.
NBA bad.
By the way, I just want to say this.
LeBron James
it's really
politics
pretty much impossible
dribble.
to pick up 15 seats in the House and lose the White House. I just want to say that. I just don't. It doesn't really work when incumbent presidents go on to lose. They also lose seats, right? Typically. In these legislative chambers. But you kind of did most of the work last cycle by picking up all those seats, and you all deserve credit. I remember telling everybody, I'm looking at Donald Trump's strength. We're going to pick up seats in the House. You couldn't find anybody in the swamp that they were like, no, we're going to lose a couple seats. You were a believer then.
The swamp, we're going to drain it. We're draining it, brother.
The majority. What's the #1 priority for Jim Jordan in a House majority?
Well, to do a couple things. One, do what we said. So we need to pass the legislation that's consistent with what we campaigned on. We need to
passing legislation with the
House,
filibuster.
There won't be enough senators, and of course Biden would veto it if there were.
On the border, on big tech, on energy, we need to pass that legislation. If it gets
Not going to happen.
veto it.
Sorry, can't. You just don't have the vote. Just don't vote on stuff. It's that easy.
Constitution. I mean, this is real important.
Nobody says you have to vote on legislation. How are you going to pass it if nobody votes on it?
They're still going after him, for goodness sake. They've never stopped going after him. But they do it just for purely politics because they don't want President Trump disrupting the swamp like he did when he was president.
In 16, Trump won and Dems gained seats in the House. Yeah.
But we need to do it because the American people deserve
Trump did lose the popular vote after all.
For example, did this virus really start in a lab? I'm convinced it did. We need to get the facts about that and make sure the country understands it. We need to know about the political nature of the Department of Justice. I mean, think about this. Last week, Senator Grassley has a whistleblower come to his office. The whistleblower says that they suppressed evidence of the Hunter Biden story.
Last 12 votes he had in Congress, he voted no. Well, yeah, it's a Democratic Senate, so they're going to be putting forward Democratic bills.
At the same time, we got whistleblowers coming to our office who tell us that they're getting pressured to categorize and catalog every case they do as a domestic extremism, violent extremism case, when in fact they're not. And the same person doing the primary pressuring is this individual, Timothy Tebow. That all needs to be investigated. And when you couple it with what they've done to parents who show up at school board meetings, the political nature of our Justice Department is frightening. And so that's something, if we get the majority, we need to look at. And a host of other issues, the border situation, as I mentioned, we need to look at. How did thousands of Americans' tax returns get public? That's not supposed to happen in this great country. So all those things need
still
to be
waiting for Trump's
just
law.
so you have the truth. Plus, that will help frame up the 2024 race.
Been waiting to see Trump's tax returns for like 6 or 7 years now.
Make sure that he wins.
Okay, so we really, it's not unprecedented, but it's nearly unprecedented that the Department of Justice is working hand in glove with this J6 illegitimate committee on the House. And they're
illegitimate J6 committee.
They're going after people like Steve Bannon, who's here on the grounds of Cpac, and others for not following these subpoenas, right? When you get, which is just a travesty, but when you have that gavel, and you're the chairman of the Judiciary Committee in the House of Representatives, and you guys vote on a subpoena, doesn't that put Merrick Garland in a little bit of a box? He's basically saying, if you ignore a congressional subpoena, I will go after you through the Department of Justice. You really think he's going to be consistent and do the same thing for you?
Well, there's been a double standard for a long time, it seems to me. Before I get into that, let me just say one thing. There is an election in 12 days in the state of Wyoming, and there is a good person, Harriet Hagman, running for office.
Vote, vote, vote.
If you all haven't helped her,
Liz Cheney, go fuck yourself.
We want to make sure that she wins that race.
By the way, Cpac has endorsed Harriet. We have sent checks to Harriet through our PAC. And boy, having another person who pushed for impeachment against Donald Trump go down would be sweet.
Yeah, to this committee though, I think the key point is we have caught this committee lying 8
As we're speaking, there's an active shooter at the Mall of America. Really?
They lied about
That's
Barry
crazy.
Boblock, a colleague of mine, giving a tour of the Capitol. They lied about Jenna Ellis's documents.
That's not in
They
Texas.
lied about Eric Hirschman writing the
Who
note.
cares?
They lied about the Secret Service. We caught him lying about Pat Cipollone and corroborating the story about if they went to the White House, they'd be charged. He said he didn't say that. And then they lied about me twice. I forwarded a text message to the White House Chief of Staff, and they said that it came from me when I forwarded from a lawyer in town.
Democrats just don't vote.
Inspector General for Don
Well, it's
Rumsfeld.
often
And then they played a video clip of me.
that Republicans are older, and in a lot of places it is very difficult to it's just a pain in the ass to register.
The Electoral College meets and their certification, and then the last step is Congress certifying the electors. And they left out an important part of that clip, because before I said January 6th is the most important date in a presidential contest. Before I said the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg said January 6th is the ultimate date of significance. That sort of changes the context. So think about this: if we've caught him in 8 false
They'll call me, have to register by mail a month in advance or something. Yeah, it's real fucking annoying.
Ability to do the deposition, be in the deposition, see the transcripts, look at the evidence. If we've caught him in that many lies with that limited knowledge, imagine how many other false.
And you can't do it online, and you can't do it.
That is what is so wrong. There's
at
a
the
great,
polls.
Scripture verse. Polly and I found this the other day. Proverbs 18:17. It says, "The first to present his case."
The UK, they just send you your ballot even if you don't want it.
Until another questions him.
Yeah, there's legislation that's sitting in the
the
United States Senate that's passed the House to make it automatic voter registration a thing, but it's just not been voted on because Republicans understand that it would make it really hard for their party to get elected, so they don't vote on it.
In November, but how are you thinking?
There's a Make It Super Easy and Fair to Vote Act that's just been sitting inactive in the Senate forever.
We have always had a philosophy under the previous two Republican speakers of, we should be careful. We don't want to do too much. We'll take baby steps. We'll do one thing.
Well, how they can decide to not vote on something.
Like John
yeah.
And Henry Waxman just flooding all their political opponents with a constant.
If it went to a vote, they would lose, so they just don't vote.
What is going to be Jim Jordan's approach?
If it went to a vote, it would be 51 to 50, split right down the aisle with all 50 Democrats saying yes and all 50 Republicans saying no. And then the tiebreak would go to Kamala Harris, and she's a Democrat, so she would say yes, and then it would pass.
I always tell it this way.
And then Joe Biden would sign it, and then it would go into effect. That's where they have to do it because then it becomes law. And then the
5 days later, October 4th, the Attorney General of the United
and then
States
the Republican-controlled Supreme Court would probably rule that it can't be a thing, and then they'll have to go back to another vote, and it'll just go in circles, constantly being.
Parents who show up at school board meetings to advocate for the well-being of their child. 16 days after that, October 20th, the FBI sends out an email to agents all across
just constantly
the country, and that email says, use this
being thrown around different houses in D.C.
This designation, this threat tag, use that when you're investigating parents who've been reported on the snitch line that the memorandum was set up by the Attorney General. So think about it. September 29th, October 4th is the memorandum to U.S. attorneys. October 20th
in Congress is the congressional leadership and the ability to allow or disallow bills to go to the floor.
22 days.
It's not even the leadership in the Senate. It's the minority party.
Right? It never happens. But when it came to going after their political opponents, their political opposition, they moved at lightning speed. And we've since learned that prior to that initial letter on September 29th, the Biden White House and the Justice Department were already talking to the school board. The letter was simply the pretext. Now we got the excuse to do what we want to do, which is to go after our political opponents. Shout
out to the silent filibuster being invented like 150 years into America existing. Yeah, growing up, I always thought the filibuster was whenever somebody stands up there and just talks about random bullshit for 10 hours straight to stall.
There's not a whole lot we can do.
That's not even it. You just don't.
They're good ages, good rank and file agents.
If I can take off work,
And they're sick of the political nature of the Justice Department, so they're coming to us so we can begin to tell their story. If we get the majority, we can do the subpoenas and get further information and make sure the country gets the truth and hopefully stop it.
The one thing Republicans believe in is cutting staffs, not.
I liked it whenever they had to go up there and make a clown out of themselves.
I really think when it comes to your committee in a new majority, you really got to have these killer lawyers, and you've really got to staff up. And I think one of your first challenges is to convince the fellow members of your majority that this committee is going to need a lot of resources. And the second thing is you have all these subcommittees, but I don't know how you're going to choose between Fauci and vaccines, big tech censorship, not following voting election laws and not following voter ID. There's the laptop from hell. There is a lot of other corruption in this administration. There is an open southern
It's fucking
border.
Hillary Clinton's emails, electric boogaloo.
There's a lot on your shoulders
I love it.
to try to adjudicate this. But it's going to be a big, big effort because you got to do it. You got to get all this done.
And we are talking as a conference, as a Republican conference, if in fact we win the majority, how we will do it, because it's not all going to go through.
So you got to spread it out a little bit.
Yeah, Oversight Committee, Ways and Means Committee, Armed Services Committee has to look at the exit, the debacle that was the exit from Afghanistan.
Could you kind of
Communism is based.
Holy shit!
We do have
Jump
a broad
scare.
jurisdiction in Judiciary Committee. We'll look at a lot of this. There's
Those are Shane, thanks for the prime.
committee on the coronavirus. In fact, in that committee 6 weeks ago, I asked Dr. Birx was a witness. Now think about this. She was a witness.
She's the one with the scarf.
Yeah, scarf lady. And I asked her a question.
So inconvenient when I have to provide basic needs and services to other people. It's true.
When the Biden administration told us that the
What is the laptop from hell? It's Hunter Biden's laptop that he uses to
and her response was amazing. She
deliver
said,
secrets to
I don't know.
the Chinese and Russian governments.
Our government could have been lying.
Government secrets. He's
goes, well, I like
diverging information. He's profiting off of it.
And I'm like,
He's
so it was a guess,
he's selling
lie,
government
or a
information,
hoax?
Jack.
That's not how the government. You think about this whole. We had this at Homeland Security. They were going to set up the Disinformation Governance Board, and I tell folks all the time.
I think they did set it up, but then they had to shut it down.
Because we all talked about it. You guys talked about. They shut it down, thank goodness. But the fact that they were doing it, and it kind of begs the obvious question: who's the biggest purveyor of disinformation? It's the federal government, right? It's like the government. How many things have they told us? So that's scary when they want to tell us what's disinformation, when in fact they have. I always do the virus. Remember when Biden said he had a plan, right? Right. Biden said he would never impose a vaccine mandate, and then he did. So much so the Supreme Court had to tell him it was unconstitutional. They told us that this didn't come from a lab, it wasn't gain-of-function research, and it wasn't our tax dollars. Well, it sure looks like all those things are true. I mean, think about the origins.
It's a bioweapon.
No, it didn't.
It's a fucking bioweapon, Jack.
It was a bat to a pangolin to a
The Chinese are making Fox die.
And then we all got
and then when you set it online, when you set it online, they'd shut you down.
Yeah.
They'd flag your
They would call
account.
you for they would say you're disinformation. They told us that the vaccinated couldn't get it, the vaccinated couldn't transmit it. They said it was first no mask, then one mask, then two masks, then one mask, then no mask, then two masks. I mean, it's like, which is it?
Oh, how many masks do I need? This coronavirus stuff, it sure is crazy that they tell you to do things that make it to where 1 million Americans don't die. Wow.
Matt said that, not me.
Sorry, I digressed.
Yeah. I mean, the point is, we all knew the virus was serious, but be honest with it.
Did we?
And then don't turn around and
everyone knew the virus was serious.
Having disinformation.
Every single person.
Proven time and time again they were.
Okay, so
especially the room that you're talking to right now, who definitely did not cheer on Ben Carson fucking 30 minutes ago whenever he said that the virus was overblown and not a big deal.
Senate Republicans have really done a number on House speakers because Senate Republicans are not willing to stand up and fight on spending questions. So you always have this first.
That's my favorite.
vehicle
My favorite thing about
and it's a wrecking ball
the Republican
for House
Party
speakers
in
because they try
current
to negotiate
day
with Senate Republicans
is
to come up with something.
half of them
Can
are
we
saying
break this
the virus is serious,
historic
but all of these guidelines are stupid,
And can House
and you should just like common sense, just don't get sick
Senate
forehead.
Republicans,
And then the other half of
thing,
the party
maybe
claims
one or
that
two little
it's a
things,
sham
like defund
and a hoax,
NPR.
and
That'd be a nice one. Defund,
the vaccine doesn't do anything.
Yes, that'd be a nice one. Little things, but a big thing. And I think you have a theory on this. What is that big thing that we ought to get around and say we're not going to give in on this one?
The entire Republican conference will have to make a decision on that. I think it's probably either the border, because we all know that with the chaos that now is our southern, but we no longer have a border, and frankly that is intentional. The Biden administration.
The chaos at our border, it's so bad. It's so bad there, folks. Trust me. The border, it's just fucking. It's like a war zone.
Because of President Trump, thank goodness.
The border
is a
is.
populist party rooted in conservative principle, which is frankly where we always should have been. So it's either the border or it's energy. Because energy when the price of energy goes up, that drives the price of everything else. It's why main reason why we got this 41-year high inflation rate. So one of those.
That's
two
the main
areas,
reason right
that
there.
Policy and say, okay, Senate, if you're going to spend at this level, we're going to pass a good budget.
I can't think of anything going on in the world that would raise gas prices, and I also can't think of anything that's happened in the past 3 years that would have made a lot more money flowing into the economy. I can't think of an event that happened where a bunch of money was printed causing inflation.
And we got to get a good policy that actually does something good for the country on immigration, on our border security, I should say. or on energy. And I think that'll be a conference decision we have to, but you have to, our fiscal year ends September 30th. You can't wait till September 20th and start having a debate. You've got to have a national debate for weeks and weeks and months so that the country fully understands what's at stake and why it's appropriate to do this policy before we actually pass the appropriation bill.
Well, it just seems to me that if that's our big thing that we have to decide. Look, this
Passing
is
a bill,
for
he
all of
claims.
us, for the conservative activists around the country. You know, we have to be realistic.
Passing
this is the first step
passing a bill.
Power, a big
He
red wave.
said he was going to
November.
pass a bill.
That doesn't get much accomplished unless we follow it 2 years later with an even bigger red wave. In that period of time, that year or so, less than a year, when that presidential race is coming about, we have to determine what we will fight like hell for in that first budget process. That could be fossil fuels. That could be building a pipeline at Keystone XL. That could be securing the border. That could be, you know, these major questions on elections. I still don't know if Carrie Lake has been declared the winner out in Arizona. It kind of makes me nervous. Has she been declared the winner? Please tell me she has been. But that's not good. So I just feel like that's what we have to get ourselves around. You brought up President Trump. You believe he's running. You've been saying that consistently throughout this whole period of time. I know
Love his frosty white hair.
I know what he thinks of you as a wrestler, first of all, because he admires you as a fierce athlete, but I know what he thinks of you as a human being, and he appreciates the fact that you have stood up against all these lies against him, and we appreciate the fact so much that you speak for all of us when you do that. He's going to be on this stage on Saturday, and he might even be watching you right now, but he always has a speech, but then he kind of goes off the script, right?
Yes, which is always a great part.
Isn't that the best part?
Oh, I love that
Why
part.
is everyone,
I like his whole speech.
Why is everyone telling him to stay on the script? I like the off-road vehicle version of Trump. I don't know.
I do too. I like his energy,
I'm coming.
I love the fact that he loves the country. He loves our law enforcement, loves our veterans, our military. Most importantly, you know this, Matt, because we've had the privilege to spend a lot of time around him. I'm sure many of you have as well. He loves the American people.
He does love
what makes our country special. And the one thing he does, and it's genuine, it's real, and you all know it, when he speaks, he always lets the audience know, and the audience always understands this, that he's fighting for them.
Yeah.
And he said this is a great line, and it's so true. He says, the reason they come after me so hard is because I'm fighting for you. And that is exactly the truth, and it's why he was such an effective president and why I want him to run again.
Such an effective president. He was so awesome that he didn't get elected a second time.
Here, Donald Trump decides to run for president. He's out there across the country. What do you think the number one thing he's learned after spending the time on the presidential campaign, 4 years in the White House, these constant attacks? What's different about him today than when he came down that escalator in 2015?
The experience he had in that first term, I think he's going to be ready to go on day one. Not that they weren't before, but it was.
Let's be honest, they weren't.
Well, he knew that the swamp was intense, that the bureaucracy. I mean,
he was ready, but it was
the swamp. Wait, not me, of course. Like everyone else, but not me. I'm not the swamp.
Maybe in history, and he did it with every Democrat against him, everyone in the mainstream press against him, half the Republicans and all the bureaucracy against him, and in spite of that, got more accomplished than any president we've ever seen.
Like what?
I think he knows what he's up against, and the fact that they've been going after him since he first ran.
Like what, man?
President, with what they did with the Trump-Russia
cutting tax rates to big corporations to try to keep them here.
To go after him with the January
saying, please, Mr. Apple, can you please operate in America?
To do it. He's got a wonderful life.
Can you please stop holding it over shores in Ireland?
He loves this nation, the greatest country ever, and he's willing to go back and fight for it again.
Jim Jordan, thanks for being with us again.
God bless you. Keep up the fight. Thank you. Thank you. We go this way.
Real Bible camp.
Please
energy.
welcome former Director of Operations for Donald J. Trump for President, Megan Small, and Cpac board member, Matthew Whitaker.
All Republican rally shows strange mass declaration will be successful. You, the voter, buy their false claims and hand over your vote.
This is a little bit of preaching to the choir here, partner. I don't think this particular Twitch stream is going to be filled with very many Republicans.
On J6. I don't know if all of you know, but Cpac, through our C3, the American Conservative Union Foundation, has been raising money to take care of the legal defenses of a lot of these victims, these political victims of J6.
Who's the real victim here, you know?
Raised over $1 million,
These people are being victimized. They were just having a little tour of the Capitol. What's the problem?
These victims, and I do mean that they are victims. This is something we haven't seen in our country.
They were just poking around.
Matt Whitaker, who you know was the former Attorney General for Donald Trump. And we enlisted him to join our Cpac board, so we appreciate that, Matt. But more than that, when people started, Mercy's sitting over here, when these victims started calling us, Megan, your former colleagues, and you worked for President Trump, you worked on the campaign. And when the committee started hammering people with these subpoenas, Mercy and I started getting calls from her former colleagues. And they would cry, and it was emotional, and they were scared. And they didn't know what to do. And the first call we made was to Matt Whitaker. And I just want you all to know that no matter what time, sometimes it was late at night when we would call.
I like Republicans. They'll believe any lie. They are easy to use.
Call me in the morning. Here's my cell phone.
I am the puppet master.
For everything you've done.
I will use these people to bend to my will.
Let's start off, Matt. You know, you were the AG. You've been a U.S. attorney. You've been involved in
such politics. A boneheaded take.
How are they getting away with this?
It's a great question, Matt. And
Republicans aren't people; they're tools. For my benefit.
I have always stood for the rule of law, and I've always stood for holding people accountable for wrongdoing, and so that's been consistent no matter what my role, whether it's been as a prosecutor, as a candidate for the U.S. Senate, or even as acting Attorney General. It's standing for the rule of law. No matter what the particular case might be.
And this committee is not.
Yeah, it's not, because what we have, and I know a lot of the people in this room feel it, is suddenly we have this two-tiered system of justice where the left riots and tries to attack the White House, attack the courthouse in Portland, whatever they might be doing.
Didn't happen.
I remember a whole summer of riots where 24 people died in this country. And it's like it never happened.
It's like it never happened. There was no investigation. There was no unselect committee. Nothing.
No, but nobody went to jail. Not a single person who participated in any BLM riots went to jail.
Folks out of jail so that they could go do it again. I mean, it was utter chaos. And then on the other hand, conservatives, those that feel like the 2020 election was a little fishy, end up being harassed with a two-pronged approach. Not only a congressional investigation, but a concurrent...
Throwing bricks through windows and storming the Capitol to overturn an election are the same thing.
If we have a two-tiered system of justice, because it's not what the rule of law demands.
These things are the same.
The rule of law demands that a fundamental fairness works in the system, and this is not fundamentally fair.
Megan, you're working with us at a partner organization, the Chestnut Street Council, which we'll be talking more about. But first of all, there's people in this audience.
The election was a little fishy, guys. I think we should start breaking windows at the U.S. Capitol where they're trying to certify the election. Because there's no other way that we lost. Like, I mean, the guy who lost said that it was unfair. So I mean, like.
So that was a busy week.
The guy who's throwing his vice president under the bus, saying, "Hey, Mike Pence, why don't you go and why don't you just don't ratify it, right? Just
you need Matt Whitaker,
even
really,
though you're required to, it's literally your job. Just don't."
I called Matt and Mercy, and I said, "What do I do? How much trouble am I in?" It was so unfathomable to me of what this experience would be like, and. Not only me.
I mean, like the voting machines.
I mean, below 30 years old,
guys,
like the average age of
right?
people who are receiving money from this fund. people who don't have the resource. I mean, my legal bills have tallied, I think, north of $80,000 now, and I'm just a witness. I'm not even being accused of anything. And I really think they're trying to scare people out of working for Republican politics by putting this so publicly out and saying, we will come after you even when we don't think you did anything wrong, just to punish you and scare you away from this.
So you get a subpoena 2 days before your wedding.
2 days, yeah.
And even some people, I believe, tried to come to your wedding to kind of make sure you didn't, flee town.
Are we still on this 2 years later?
Something.
It's because nothing's been done about it yet.
Matt stepped in and called and negotiated me being able to go on my honeymoon.
We're going through a whole song and dance as to, like, well, I don't know, is Donald Trump really culpable? Is it really his fault? I don't know.
Unbelievable. This,
what really does it mean to incite a riot, you know?
When you called me, it was...
What really is a coup, if you think about it?
Sort of set of subpoenas that anyone had seen, and we were, we didn't... You said, I don't know where this is going, but we all need to be a part of this, and we all need to push back on this. And I mean, when I first talked to Megan, I mean, literally days before her wedding, she didn't know.
My wedding was ruined by a congressional subpoena. I'm gonna write a light novel with that title.
I mean, most Americans don't understand how all these things separate, and so you see one thing, you see another, and you see this thuggery and this threatening behavior. And so, I mean,
and the tip off to CNN each and every time they move.
And so, from Megan's perspective, she really, and I think legitimately, thought that the people that were going to serve the subpoena, the U.S. Marshals, were going to show up and disrupt her wedding. Not only for her, but for her guests. And so I knew, like, first I had to, make sure that, we talked.
Think about the wedding.
The scope of what had happened, and then we made sure
justice can wait.
That
it's her special day. Come on, guys.
But didn't disrupt her honeymoon because, again, this is the left may think this is important.
They
may think this is their secret way to win the election in 2022. But the bottom line is that this was not so important to disrupt the people's lives, like Megan, that had no role in the riot that happened on January 6th, had really no role in anything that Congress was looking into. And, I just...
She had no role.
Privilege, this committee
Source
is
dude trust.
Looking at the security failures at the Capitol. I mean, how can you not look at why the National Guard wasn't there?
Or
why the Capitol Police weren't ready for this?
How about going into January 6th? I don't know if you all know this, but due to Tom Fitton at Judicial Watch through FOIA, it was discovered that they went into January 6th at 50% strength with the Capitol Police. Everybody knew that was going to be a rough day, and they went in with 50% strength. How come
Source dude trust, and also it's an inside job.
Other questions I think people want to know. You get the subpoena, and Megan's here representing a lot of your friends and colleagues. By the way, there's a downside to doing this. You know this, Matt. You know this as a lawyer.
Is he implying that it was like Antifa plants who incited this, and also that they were sent there by
but damn it, we have to stop
the Democrats?
We have to say what they're doing, and we have to call it out and say no more. And
15%.
And I want to ask another question, Matt, because you're giving these people legal advice. Obviously, that has to stay confidential.
Why does Matt Schlapp look like Jack Frost from the Santa Claus 3?
It's your phone records.
Yeah, he has extremely frosty hair.
Records. It's your credit card records.
For months.
They're trying to destroy people.
So one of
they're getting canceled for storming the Capitol.
This committee, sent subpoenas to all the cell phone carriers for all the people, and to try to get every single text and phone call.
Did they give in?
Those are still being litigated right now, and to the credit of the cell phone carriers is if you pushed back and said, I have an interest.
We
in
did
this,
a little bit of breaking and entering, like, come on.
Everybody that I called,
come on.
Just because Congress claims that
so-called tolerant left when there's a coup.
I mean, and I mean that in its fundamental sense. They want to.
Just let it go, guys. Like, come on.
And then see who they know, and it's never ending. And if you saw,
what's the gotcha here? We should have expected a raid on the Capitol.
Committee. And so they've continued.
I mean,
it on
like,
that.
they saw the
We're
shit
gonna
that
have more hearings as we head into the fall.
that
because
Trump
this
was
is the
kicking
only
up.
thing they have
Like,
to try to win an election by ruining.
I was posting about it on Twitter, like
people that are going to have a long.
I wasn't surprised when it happened.
Policy and politics. They're trying to.
I would be interested to go comb back through my tweets of December of 19.
And Megan, you have a lot of character because what we've seen with some of these
Trump had been
other young
bitching and moaning about it for months.
And we've seen some, and we've released some of these texts who were on the Trump team, thought that blaming Trump or Trump's allies and calling them insurrectionists was outrageous, but we've had a couple flip.
You just do a little insurrection, and all of a sudden now you're an insurrectionist.
The View, right? And we had to read about another one who went up there and said that
You mean 20?
President Trump likes to throw
Yes.
his feet against the wall.
Correct.
I'd just like to say
That
something
happened
for the
January
record
6th,
about President
21.
Trump. I don't know if you guys noticed about him. He takes pride in his appearance, and he also, Matt knows, if you gave him a beautiful steak on a platter, he's not going to throw it against the wall. He's going to
Trump
eat
literally
it.
tried to lead him
Probably
to the
with a little bit
Capitol.
of ketchup.
Normal person, yeah.
And if you throw food
Yeah, he
against
was
the wall,
the
a lot of ketchup.
whistleblower that
But
came
you-
out that
but
said he
Megan,
wanted to. He
it
was
takes a lot of character to
kicking
you
and
because you
screaming,
you
wetting
could've
his
turned.
diaper, trying to
You
get
could've said,
Secret
you know,
Service to drive him to
I'll
the
just give
Capitol
them a little bit of what they
as it was
want,
happening.
And I'll just go along over here and I'll publicly criticize the president. I want to applaud you for not doing that. We appreciate the fact that you stood your ground.
I appreciate that, but frankly,
And by the way, yes, you could have gone to The View, but this is so much cooler.
frankly, there's
Haha,
no,
The View, am I right? Fuck them.
I don't have these stories. I don't have these false things made up to embarrass the president. Like, that's all these stories are, secondhand accounts of embarrassing tidbits. I mean, there is no legal anything. I mean, this has gone so far beyond the basic premise when they said, we're going to investigate this attack on the Capitol. And it's like, why are we talking about ketchup spilled on a wall and who cleaned it up? I mean, it's ridiculous. So I appreciate that. I don't have any bad stories to share. And that's what I told them when I was
You have
interviewed
good
by them.
stories. They probably don't ask you about
Yeah,
those.
no, nothing flattering.
There's so
I
many
wasn't
good
asked to
stories.
testify publicly, so I don't think I was cutting enough.
Matt, to wrap this up, obviously, if you all want to help the First Amendment Fund, just go to our website and you can contribute to the fund through our C3.
Imagine if they let him. Imagine if they let him go to the Capitol when there's like 1,000 people outside, all shouting to hang Mike Pence.
Facts on Twitter. You guys should follow it.
It would have been really harder, a lot harder to deny that one, you know. Like, but it's not my fault. Like, they just did it on their own. I didn't even. I didn't tell them to go in there and start tearing shit up.
What they see as violence. Matt, this is a
I
big
left it
job
very
because
very
the
open-ended.
First Amendment Fund, it's not just about J6. It's about cops who don't want to teach BLM and CRT. It's about teachers who don't want to teach gender confusion. It's about parents who don't want to give.
It's
their
about
kids a
cops who
vaccine.
don't want to
It's
teach
about doctors who want to
BLM
tell
and
the truth and not be fired. We're
CRT.
gonna have some doctors on this stage that have been canceled because they said the truth about the virus. and
These are
vaccines
scary
and stuff.
acronyms. I don't like
It's a
them.
big job. What's your advice to the American people who are feeling scared to follow their conscience and speak out on something because they know the strong arm
Russia
of
is the new
socialist
world order.
government
So
is
true.
gonna whack them hard. What can they do?
That's yeah.
Well,
That's
first
on
of all,
topic and
do not
correct.
fear. God is on our side, and we will win the victory. We have already won the victory. I want to say, if you've donated to the First Amendment Fund, thank you. There's still a lot of work to do. I mean, while we've mostly made it through the committee's work,
now we got the bigger one.
Yeah, now we have
By J6, did he
DOJ's
mean
work, and
January
they are
6th?
currently actively subpoenaing people.
Yes.
Including some of the folks that have previously received congressional subpoenas.
Including me.
We have also, we're also seeing some ancillary thrusts, like trying to disbar some lawyers who, were involved in the administration, and other types of attempts that, it's just like there's a lot of need here, and it's going to go, to important work defending people, that otherwise would not be able to defend themselves or would have to, make a terrible choice.
Well, I think
Them
both
saying
of
J6
these,
is them like
people
softening
have
the
shown
blow of
tremendous
what
leadership and
happened.
courage, and you please let them know
Because
how much
those
we
are our
appreciate
guys,
everything
so we're
you
not
do.
trying to throw them under the bus,
Thank
you
you
know.
all very much. Thank you.
And Dylan runs an ad. There's nothing he could do. I'm gonna go potty. I'll be right back.
Do you smell what Barack is cooking?
Everything that's reported on television isn't always true, but it should be. NTD, the power of truth. Now available 24/7 on television and streaming platforms.
Cpac 2022 and Real America's Voice. So make sure you stop by to say hi. It's your voice. Real America's Voice.
Mark Meckler, President of Convention of States. Like you, I love America.
I'm Mark Meckler.
What I don't love is what's being done to her by the radical left. Our country's headed in the wrong direction. What we need is a plan.
Stop, dude. I love that shit, dude. Stop teaching racism. Yeah, man.
In the Constitution, they inserted a failsafe, a Convention of States for proposing amendments to rein in federal tyranny. That's right. It's in the Constitution, and it's a solution as big as our nation's problems. At conventionofstates.com, we're organizing where patriots like us have the advantage, in the states. The best part,
states' rights.
The swamp in D.C. can't do a thing to stop us.
It's crazy that the Republican Party is still trying to say states' rights whenever that was the fucking slogan for the Confederate, the Confederate America,
Governor Ron DeSantis and
the Confederacy.
Loving patriots by signing the petition at conventionofstates.com.
I mean, look at that dog. Can he really be a bad guy? Conservatives kicking ass at Cpac. True.
Ladies and gentlemen, the states fight
That's why we're all
back.
here.
Progress on the Convention of States. Please welcome the President of Convention of States Action, Mark Meckler.
What do you think of the Hungarian PM speech? It was very strange and
I'm super excited to be here at Cpac.
out of place.
And the thing that I'm most excited about, lots of great people on stage, lots of American heroes.
Oh, he has
But the
real,
truth is, from my perspective, as somebody who travels around the country, I spend almost all my time on the road.
He has
The
real, like,
American
self-help
heroes
guru
are out in
energy.
the audience. So big hand for you guys. Look, the grassroots are what drive politics. Whether we're talking about your local city, whether we're talking about a school board election, a city council election, a state legislative
Destroying
election,
socialism in
for
the
me, it's all
USA.
about the
True.
grassroots. I got involved in politics about 12 years
Socialism
ago. I was
is
one
when
of the co-founders of the Tea Party movement.
capitalistic
And in 2010,
government.
we saw something miraculous. The largest swing in
Socialism is when minimum wage.
Republicans swept into office. I knew for sure that everything was going to change. And then nothing changed. It was an extraordinary moment in American history, and it was like a gut punch. I had put my personal life into it. Millions of folks in the Tea Party had put their life into it.
Radical leftist socialist Karl Marx's husband Joe Biden is destroying America.
I had been taught all through junior high school and into college about American civics, which is if you vote for the people who say they're going to do the things that you believe in, that everything changes. That they do the things that you say that you believe in, that you elected them to do,
What
but
happens
that's
when
not
communiism shows capitalism?
we've broken
It's
our
that's my
system of
favorite
governance.
fucking thing of all time.
We've broken the structure in Washington, D.C., And the only people who can fix it,
claiming failure of communism while showing capitalism.
And that's what the Convention of States movement is about. It's about going to Washington, D.C. and taking
Socialism
your power back.
is when poor people, which doesn't happen in capitalism nations.
They will never give it to you, by the way. It doesn't matter who's president. I don't mean we don't need the best president we can have. I think we've had that.
You can't wear those kinds of fucking suits on television, man.
Because we have guys like Jim Jordan in Congress. We've had some great people, but I mean, they won't give it back to you.
It fucks up the cameras. You can't wear these extremely tiny striped shirts.
The Constitution gives you the power, acting through your state legislatures, to demand your power back, to gather 34 states to call a convention.
Nobody told him.
All the states together to propose amendments specifically.
I want that other angle again so bad. I'm trying to.
And that is to restrain.
Enter the fucking the poison level from Mario 64.
Let me give you quickly a few ideas of things that we can do in convention. How many people think that people serve too long in Washington, D.C.? Term limits, anybody? How many people think that Washington, D.C. needs to be fiscally responsible, needs to balance its budget? Are you with me?
Yeah, every presidency has done that. Yeah, it's always a big concern.
How many of you think that the administrative state is out of control? Yeah? How about we get rid of the Department of Education? How about we get rid of the EPA? How about we get rid of the alphabet soup of agencies and return that power to you, the people in the states?
Is my man's up here campaigning for anarchy?
Politics very well by their friends and their enemies. Would you agree with that? I think Donald Trump made the right enemies. Don't you think so? So if you look at Convention of States by our friends and our enemies, and I think you should do that, you can go to conventionofstates.com. What you'll see is something really extraordinary. About 4 years ago on Good Friday, a press release came out. It came from Common Cause, which is
Chair for no Board of Education, Department of Education, and it's because because the schools these days are indoctrinating your kids about ideas like we shouldn't be racist and other evil.
I'm very proud of that.
Like the Americans genocided the natives.
Every single nationally
known
conservative figure
who really knows if that happened?
That's spoken about this subject.
I don't know.
Limbaugh, God rest his soul, Hannity, Levin, Beck, Shapiro, Dace, you name it, on down. They've all spoken in favor if they've spoken of Convention of States.
Shabibi, I love Shabunky.
One of the things you're going to hear, and this is really important, the only single objection I hear to the idea of calling a Convention of States and taking power away from the federal government is we might have a runaway convention. I want you to understand what that means really quickly. A Convention of States is a gathering of the states where people come together, one vote per state, and they have a discussion. And at the end of the meeting, if they've been successful, if 26 states agree,
is my man's really up here just pitching the idea of changing the structure of our government entirely?
Have you ever had somebody say to you, hey, we're going to have a meeting, a bunch of people are going to get together, and at the end of that meeting, we're going to make suggestions, and you said, oh, no, don't do that. It's way too scary. No, it's not scary at all. They're going to make those suggestions. The suggestions go out to the states as suggestions, and it takes
is my man's describing Congress?
To ratify an amendment to the Constitution. Now, I hear people say, Mark, all the time. I hear this. It's 6.7%, by the way, of Republicans that are opposed to this. We just polled this nationally with the Trafalgar Group.
Is he describing Congress?
Mark, you have no idea what's going to
happen. Are we inventing Congress right now?
I'm a big Second Amendment guy. My mom was a cop. My son's a Marine. We like our guns in our house. Anybody in here like their guns?
Yeah, audience engagement.
Putting the Second Amendment at risk, that would be scary stuff, right? I want to run some numbers for you. It takes 38 states to ratify any amendment that comes out of convention. That means it takes only 13 states to stop anything that comes out of convention. I travel a lot, I told you that. I'm generally carrying when I can. 24 states today allow you to carry your firearm into the state capitol. 14 states, this might sound unbelievable to you, actually allow you to take a loaded AR in a sling, put it across your back, walk into the gallery in the legislature and watch the proceedings. I'm not saying that's a good idea, I'm just saying it's allowed.
Wow.
We can't find 13 states to stop something that would infringe on the Second Amendment That's ridiculous.
Isn't
It's
it? Would
outrageous,
anyone feel
and that's a
threatened by
myth
that? If I
propagated
took a
by the
loaded
American
AR-15
left,
on a sling across my back and
stopping
just
you,
watched
trying
it?
to stop you from calling a convention of states to restore the power to where it belongs. Where does it belong? It belongs with you. I want to close with this. It takes heroes, literally people willing to step into the firing line to make politics work in America. We're in a war right now. Would you guys agree we're in a war? So it takes average people willing
with
to
who?
step up and be heroic. But I gotta say,
drugs?
specifically,
The war on Christmas?
you guys are heroes. You and your family have been willing to step into the firing line.
The 45 proxy wars that we're constantly engaged in?
God bless the Schlapp family. Thank you guys for being here. ConventionOfStates.com.
What the fuck? What the fuck was that speech? Literally, what in the hell was he arguing in favor of? This is like a guy. This is like the guy that you meet at the fucking at the monster truck rally who has some really hot fucking political takes.
And today I want to share some words of wisdom. The words of wisdom that I have is
holy fucking
make sure
gamma.
that you open your Bible. I've done some few things on this before, but I think it's very imperative right now. The world is in a crisis. Our world, our outside world, and some of us our inside world and our own walls. You know, the foundation of this world is God. The Creator is God. He laid that foundation. When we get away from Him and all that He's given us, the greatest gift being His Son, then we are open to all kinds of bad things. But if you instead open the Bible, then you will find a foundation. And in that foundation, you will find
one take,
peace,
fuck it. Fuck it, one
love,
take.
Joy,
What
things
thing
that you haven't had in a long time, perhaps, or you only have occasionally. You know what? That can be with you all the time.
Beginning.
Sure,
Who
I
puts
have
their
my moments.
who
bad
puts their
things
finger on
happen.
top of the line?
I mean, sometimes
What?
constantly. Sometimes those bad things that are happening to you are because you're being tested. The devil's trying to get your attention.
I must be God's fucking strongest warriors because I'm getting his toughest battles every day.
Get in your Bible. If you don't have one, or you don't know what I'm talking about, or you would like to know and be able to reach out someplace and find a foundation, please call our offices at proverbsmediagroup.com. You can request a Bible and you'll get it free. We won't charge you for shipping. We won't charge you anything. Give us a call at our offices or reach out to us on the internet.
Oh my God.
And we'll send you a Bible. We want
This
you
is-
to
this
know
is such,
the
like-
blessings God has for you today. So have a wonderful
This
day.
is such a bad ad. Even if it wasn't about Christianity, like, holy shit, please get a better take than
Ladies
that.
and gentlemen, next year in Jerusalem, Cpac Israel. Please welcome former Special Assistant to U.S. Ambassador to Israel,
that's gonna be
David
a fucking
Milstein.
fresh one.
International
What?
spokesperson for the Jewish
Cpac
community
Israel?
of Hebron, Ishai Fleischer.
That one
Cpac
is
board
gonna be
member,
spicy.
Matthew Whitaker, and your moderator, Viana Schlapp.
That's a fucking hot one. I love this music.
Hello, Cpac. Thank you for having us here today. We are so excited to be here. I'm excited to be here to talk
Watch the microphone,
about the most recent
lady.
Cpac trip, which was in Israel. I know that I can say this was a life-altering experience for myself, and I was joined on the trip by my lovely panelists here, and we're going to get to it. Talk about Israel and some things that
Let's talk about Israel and how awesome they are.
Just some really great things about Israel. So, let's get started.
Let's talk about why we should be funding the forever war in Israel.
It was in the works, but you know, we didn't make it happen until this year, but we're so glad we did. And Cpac going to Israel really does send a message. My question to you all is, what is this message?
I'm not really pro-Israel or pro-Palestine. I'm just pro-war. I love that there's a war that's going on forever over there, and like we can just sell so many guns and munitions that it like is really helpful actually.
Leadership and the foresight to bring Cpac to Israel for the very first time. It was an incredible trip. The trip took the 40-person delegation all over the land of Israel, and in the middle of that trip had the first ever conference in Israel with 3 former U.S. ambassadors under President Trump, a former attorney general under President Trump.
This guy looks AI generated.
As well as Ben Shapiro. There were 2,500
He is he's the default man from Sims 4.
To bring conservatism all over the world, including to Israel. And it was very meaningful to me as somebody who worked for the U.S. ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, under the Trump administration, to be able to have a small role in being able to facilitate what is going to be an incredible journey for future Cpacs in Israel next year and the year after.
Very good. First thing, I want a round of applause for Viana, who this is her first time moderating a panel at Cpac. She's been raised right, so congratulations. Keep up the good work. Israel is the spiritual capital of the world. Jerusalem is the spiritual capital of the world. And it only makes sense that people of the Bible, people that want values, come to Jerusalem. They also came to the town that I work in, which is Hebron, which is the tomb of the patriarchs and matriarchs. I mean, if we want to talk about conservative values, shouldn't we start at the tomb of Abraham and Sarah, Isaac
It's
and
the
Rebekah,
spiritual
Jacob
capital
and
of the
Leah?
world because it's Christian,
I mean, that's not
which
just
is the most
conservative
popular
values, that's actually
religion in the world, as we all know.
Family values, right? Here's the first family of Israel. So we went there as well, so that was very special. And I think that Cpac has what to learn from, and Cpac folks have what to connect to Israel, to learn from Israel. But at the same time, you know, Israel is a country that was formed, yes, 3,000 years ago, and 2,000 years ago we had First and Second Commonwealth. But in this latest iteration, in this third Commonwealth of the Jewish people, we had to do it kind of fast. We put it together through the times of the Holocaust, and it was kind of born right after the Holocaust, and it was slapped together kind of quickly. And when you look at the United States and you think about how the forefathers of this country worked so hard to create a nation and a state that had these incredible values, the most central value of which is that the people have to love their country but distrust their government. Now that's a very special gift that the United States brought into the world, checks and balances. Israel was formed from a more communistic place. It came out of Russian Jews. And so when Cpac comes to Israel, and when Ben Shapiro talked about
United States, thank you for making checks and balances.
When he talked about getting rid of bureaucracy, I was like, good. Cpac has got something to teach Israelis as well. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship, and I'm really glad that you guys came. Thank you.
I would add to that, first of all, if you can and you want to, come next year. I think it was such an amazing trip. It was my first time in Israel, and several things just struck me. First of all, you know, it's just the history, but not only the history, but how it sits today. So you have a modern Israel where people live and work, and then at the same time,
That's great. Like, whoa, there's like people that like live there.
A country and a place.
Yo, do they have McDonald's
So many important
in
historical
Israel?
events
Like,
happened. You know, we went to
like with Big
Bethlehem
Mac?
as a Christian, going to Jerusalem and walking the Stations of the Cross and all of those things. But at the same time, the modern part really struck me because I was on a panel
UKPM candidate
with
says
the
he'll bring a lot
former
of punching on that speaks
Minister
badly about the country.
Justice,
That's
and to talk
a pretty
about
fresh one.
how Israel as a country currently doesn't have a constitution, that they're actually still using laws from the Byzantine Empire.
I just
And
dolly
think
minied
about
somebody
how
Cpac
all that
speaker and
stuff we
they'll
learned in
look
Western
exactly
Civ
like them.
recently, how it all actually applies to this place and this time. And so it was really just extraordinary to be in that. And it was a tremendous opportunity. And I think one of the things that I think it's so interesting and it's so like it's an honor to be a part of is the conservative movement in the world. You know, in the United States, we have our challenges and our battles, and we're still advancing the rule of law and liberty, but at the same time, sharing that same message and trying to, you know, teach and translate American freedoms to the world is just, and this was a great opportunity to do that in Israel.
So, David, you worked in the U.S. Embassy, which was moved to Jerusalem thanks to President Trump. You had a front row seat to the negotiations, especially with the Abraham Accords. Now, could you tell our audience a little bit about this and just like the importance of these accords?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Abraham Accords was a historic agreement that the Trump administration facilitated between Israel and 3, 4, and then eventually 5 other Arab countries in the region. And this was extremely important for a number of reasons. First, it actually showed and blew through the myth that often exists in public policy among people in the foreign policy establishment who wrongly thought that the failure to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict are what actually drives violence in the Middle East. And that's actually not the case. What really drives violence in the Middle East is the threats that are coming from Iran, the leading state sponsor of terrorism, who actually posed a threat to both Israel and a number of Gulf Arab states. And if you go back to 2015, Prime Minister Netanyahu actually had the courage to come to Congress, if you recall, and speak out against Iran.
Here's sweaty Cpac speaker.
But also as a tremendous security threat to America. And he did that even though President Obama at the time was pushing forward on it. The Trump administration came in, and President Trump had because it posed a threat to America and our allies, including Israel and the Gulf Arab states. And Israel and the Gulf Arab states started to recognize, wow, we have a real friend in Washington, D.C., and you see a president who, contrary to previous presidents, was going to fulfill his promises to Israel because they're in America's national security interests, from recognizing Jerusalem as the capital and moving the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, taking on the Iranian regime for really the first time and imposing maximum sanctions on them. All these various big decisions, people thought it would actually create more violence in the Middle East, and actually by embracing Israel and showing the world that Israel and America are in a common fight against the enemies, really, of Western civilization, and also bringing
Palestine is the enemy of Western civilization.
Historic peace in the region, and really the future for all of that can be positive.
But Taiwan is awesome. Palestine bad, Taiwan good.
Palestinians and go back to the failed policies of the past. So they're not going to be as successful in these endeavors. But what's good is that Israel and these Gulf Arab states, which for years had behind-the-scenes relations, have now, through the Abraham Accords, created these strong agreements publicly and are standing united against the Iranian regime, but also, frankly, are standing united against the Biden administration right now, which is trying to rejoin and create an even worse Iranian deal that's terrible for the free world. And so the path forward is really for us
to build
upon what has worked, and ideally in 2022 and maybe in 2024 we can have a president who moves forward in the right direction.
So we're talking about Israel and peace, but unfortunately many of Israel's neighbors are not looking for this same peace. Rabbi, I would like to turn to you because you are actually from Israel. Could you give us a little taste of what it's like on the ground there when we're looking at rising anti-Semitism here and abroad, Iran closer to getting nuclear weapons, the ongoing threat of terrorism? What concerns you?
Well, first thing is that we're
oh,
a
dude,
post-Holocaust
how long
country.
has we been
when you say these
giving
things
the
to me,
scare headline of Iran is 2 minutes away from getting nuclear weapons. It's going to be really bad if they have nuclear weapons.
It'll be all right, and you know, we can't allow ourselves people of faith in God and also
there's so many people that already
we can't allow ourselves to get too nervous. At the same time, we're on guard, and I just went shooting the other day, practicing my own firearms training. And we have to do that. We got to be. Every one of us has to be prepared in Israel. Every one of us is like a police officer in a sense, a defender, a certainly military person. You know, I want to talk about the Abraham Accords.
Yeah, dude, the long-range missiles. If you have firearms training, it's definitely going to save you from getting
in our
your
region, which is a
house
strong
blown up on the
Jewish
Gaza
Israel,
Strip, brother.
surrounded by strong Arab countries, living together and working together in concert for a better Middle Eastern region. And it's happening. It's a much better idea than cutting up tiny Israel, giving it to the Palestinians who are jihadists and having raining rockets just like we have from Gaza. That's a bad idea. Anybody can see that. The future is the Abraham Accords. But I want to just for a second stop.
Rockets from Gaza, bad. Rockets to Gaza,
The name
good.
itself is a fight. The name itself is a fight. Because one of the fights that your children are facing on American campus is the language of occupation, colonialism. The idea that Israel is a white colonialist settler state taking over somebody else's land. A theft narrative. And that is one of the biggest lies out there, as though Jewish people are not from the land of Israel, we're not from Judea, as though there were some kind of like Germanic people taking over somebody else's land. That's one of the biggest lies out there. The Abraham Accords, the name, is an attack on that attack. It's a defense against that attack because it says, no, we're part of the Abrahamic region, we're Abrahamic peoples. We are related here. In fact, the first Abraham Accords happened in the city that I work in, which is Hebron, which is when Isaac and Ishmael came together to bury, it's the father of the Jews and the father of the Arabs, came together to bury their shared father Abraham in Hebron. So that's the first Abraham Accords. And I always tell my Arab interlocutors, let's come together to honor our joint father. Let's make peace in order to give our father some comfort. The Abraham Accords was not, it was the move was a fruit of people like David and David Friedman and other people, and of course President Trump. But the name came from a general who was a Puerto Rican two-star general, an American general, who ran into the room and said, you guys have a name? They're like, no. And he's like, how about the Abraham Accords? This is what David Friedman told me.
Thank you for the very real history lesson.
Well, it would be nice if it was called the Trump Accords, but it ended up he accepted the idea that it was the Abraham Accords.
Ha ha ha. I joke. I'm
think
not a
that
religious
name
figure.
says, we are from this area, we're from this land, and we give honor together to our forefather Abraham.
Literally just called all Palestinians jihadists, and now they're saying meet us in the middle.
What concerns you? What concerns you about Israel, about the situation over there?
Well, I mean, it is obviously a region that has always known conflict.
Pull the people in the audience to point at a map where Israel is. That would be a good one.
The Persians, whether whoever was moving through that area, and there's a reason that every Israeli citizen has to serve in the military. It's a preparedness, as the rabbi was talking about, and so it concerns me that if you know your Bible, there may be future conflict in the region. It may be the ultimate conflict in the region. And so, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that Iran, if not contained, if allowed to become a nuclear power,
we need to contain Iran.
Threat to the state of Israel.
We must make sure that they are not permitted to have the same things that we have.
Nuclear capabilities, and I think that is never good. We have lived with that through all of our lives, that there are nuclear powers in opposition to each other, and we don't need more to join in the world. So that's my biggest concern. The second concern that I have is Israel, because of their politics and because of the Knesset and the way they do their parties, it is not guaranteed that it won't ultimately become a socialist state. My sense is that the people are conservative, the people are, Bible believing, but at the same time,
Bible believers.
One of our best ally in the region and one of our closest allies in the world would tip into sort of a socialist agenda that is not good for the American people long term.
I want to give you all 1 minute, since we're coming to the end, to tell our audience, why should everyone go to Israel? What is important? What do you find most interesting about it? Why should they go?
For tourism, it's just like a real fun place to go.
Okay. Right now I'm working on a project which is it's an American idea. Sometimes we take ideas from America, yes. We have what to learn as well. And
socialism is anti-Bible, yeah.
That you have here in America, this like heritage highway. So I had this idea that we actually
Jesus
have a
Christ
road
of the
called
Bible
Route 60,
famously
and it's an ancient
not
biblical
giving
highway,
anything
and
to
it
poor
has on it
people.
7 holy and ancient cities: Beersheba, Hebron, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Bethel, Shiloh, and Shechem, all on one road. And this is basically like 90% of the Bible took place on this road. And I am actually working in the Israeli government to change the name to Route 60, the Israel Biblical Highway. I want to make sure that everybody here at Cpac, I want to make sure that Bible-loving people, values-loving people,
Any
people,
values
national
lovers?
and patriotic-loving people will come to the Israel Biblical Highway, go down that highway and say, yeah, I did the Israel Biblical Highway. I came to these cities. I stood in the place where Jacob had the dream of the ladder. I came to the tomb of Abraham. I drank water from
Jesus
Abraham's
was
well.
he was thinking about giving bread to the poor, but he's like, but like,
Biblical Highway.
what if you like bought it from a business? What if you decided to stimulate the economy by purchasing this bread instead
To see the Bible come
with
to
money?
life. There's no better place to do that. Jerusalem is the place where our Judeo.
So then instead, Jesus went and gave the bread to the bread company, who could then sell the bread to the beggars.
And also, you get to see that the lies that are put out there by the media, by the New York Times, and so many, even what we hear on college campuses and others, as Yishai was saying earlier, that Israel is supposedly taking over illegal Palestinian territory, or it's an occupation or colonization. It's all lies, and you get
Some call it an occupation.
the Jewish people have a historic and legal
We call
right
it
to live all
our
throughout
God-given
Israel.
holy
And
land.
this goes back thousands and thousands of years, and you also get to see archaeological discoveries that reaffirm these historic connections for Jews and for Christians and many others, and really push back against the false narratives that exist. And finally, you get to see that this tiny country, a country that, by the way, does receive the highest amount of military assistance from the United States, but only asks for the backing and the wherewithal, the military capabilities to be able to defend themselves by themselves. They actually don't ask America to fight the wars that they're dealing with, although
They
it
just
happens
ask
to be
for
that they're fighting
weapons
against enemies
and
that also
money.
threaten not just Israel, but America. And you'll get to see the threats that unfortunately exist all around Israel's borders. And unfortunately, when more conflicts do take place, you'll have a much better sense of why it's so important that all of us stand together publicly in support of Israel, because really when Israel takes on the enemies of Israel, they're also taking on the enemies of America.
Well, you know, you were with us on the trip, and so I'm actually going to yield my time to you, because I would love to, you've been asking all the questions. I would love to hear your perspective, because you were there and you saw it all, and what impression were you left with?
I will say I was blessed to go with my family, so both my parents and my 4 little sisters. We were quite a gathering, you could say. We're a little bit loud and lively. We had the opportunity to go to just all these holy sites that I never even dreamed of seeing, and really there are no words to describe how important Israel is, and I never really thought about, like laying your
It's
hand
really
on the
indescribable, you know, Israel.
the blood was taken off of him after he died on
They're
Calvary.
it's
was
just a
like,
really
I would
indescribable
never go
nation.
through that experience my whole life. If all of you could do that, I would pay for your ticket, but I'm not there yet. I'm still working off college loans. So anyway, thank you all so much for being on the panel. Thank you.
Deanna, one more thing.
Yes?
You know what I love here in Texas? Buc-ee's. I love Buc-ee's.
Relatable. Hey, go Longhorns! Huh?
With all that stuff, and I'd love to see more Israel stuff at Buc-ee's. More like, so if anybody knows anybody at Buc-ee's, let me know. God bless you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Royalty-free guitar.
You use code and not a war crime.
I would hear God say to me, I want you to worship me like you're a kid. Again.
Oh, Lord, oh, God.
So I was just free to worship God in my alone time. And over time,
I just love finger painting Jesus.
Overflow into my my worship time in front of people. And a lady who had brought her husband to church, and
the Democratic convention, but it's this, but we're finger painting Satan.
They've been married 13 years, and it was Easter, so she brought him to church. And
imagine
he had watched the Shroud of Turin, which is this piece being created. And it was a speed painting, so I had 8 minutes to do this painting. I mean, paint was flying, and it was intense. It was an awesome experience. But he gave his life to the Lord that day.
That's what they do. What do you mean?
Told
Imagine?
His wife that, in seeing that painting, is what did it. That he.
Oh my God, she's fucking going crazy.
Just
Akimbo brushes.
It's incredible what God is doing right now through art, and for me, knowing where I've come from and what a broken life I've come from, and the incredible amount of healing and wholeness that I've had to walk through in my adult Christian life, and knowing what he's doing is it's just so exciting, and I just want to be able to give that to other people as well. You know, God is that master creator. As long as we stay on that canvas.
You guys know that meme format that's now come and gone of Shia Tin Butt?
So
Shia Tin Butt, she paints this. You know, it's
requires
but she has a 10-foot tall self-painted mural of Jesus.
Are made. It requires that effort is put forth and strokes are put on that canvas. I mean, there could be in some people's minds many mistakes on this canvas that have taken place.
I think that's a pass for me, honestly, dog.
And that's our lives.
It's meant to be Jesus? I mean, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, she's back. This is an interview with former governor of Alaska, Sarah Palin, and Cpac Vice Chairman Charlie Giroux.
That's my vice president right there. That's my fucking vice president. Give me the Lisa Ann version instead.
Wow. Hey, y'all.
And she is back.
Hi, you guys.
Fellas.
And ladies and gentlemen, as the vice chairman of Cpac, I'm very well aware of my role. And I know that today my role is simply to provide arm candy for Sarah Palin. So I know all of you were thinking the same thing. Governor, it's great to have you here as one of the leaders of the conservative movement for a long time. And I know
he's running for Congress, by the way. Could very well win.
To our country.
I mean, she was the governor of Alaska.
Who has ever had the opportunity, shall we say, to debate Joe Biden?
Yes, yes.
The other being President Trump, who may be coming here in a couple of days.
Maybe.
You asked if you could call him Joe.
Like if he's feeling it.
What are you calling him these days?
Yeah, well, Sleepy Joe. Pretty sleepy, kind of slow. Bless his heart. Yeah, that was quite an experience, and man, had I.
She really she has the she has the blonde hair dye. It's like certifiably like a late 50s woman, just in every sense. Just not wanting to let the gray show.
Fighters who are willing to go rogue and get out there and fight for what's right to save our country, because
the McCain-Palin
all know the trajectory that our country is on right now.
Campaign had shackles.
We can't turn that around.
One of the things that you were famed for as the governor of an energy-producing state was telling the world that
you know, Obama really gave us what for.
Very, very loudly today.
Me and McCain will run again.
But I know you agree that what we really have is an energy crisis. So what are the keys to developing domestic energy so that we don't have to be buying our energy from our enemies?
Right. It makes absolutely no sense. That
was the 2008 election also stolen, Sarah?
Begging dirty, dangerous sources of energy to be drilled, allowed to develop, and then we would import it. When All you got to do is turn on the spigot here in America. Alaska's oil and gas and minerals, and Texas. And by the way, it's really good to be in Alaska's little sister state of Texas.
Ha ha ha, we're bigger than you guys. Wow.
Yes,
kind of warm here, isn't it?
Here, in this environment where people here too, the independent, pro-energy, pro-America mindset that is here, it's so inspiring. It's very encouraging, and it gives me a lot of hope, especially when it comes to energy independence, because hopefully most people know that there's...
I feel like every oil state, they're the toddler trying to stick the fork into the electrical outlet, you know?
What the Biden administration is doing today,
and then
when, as I say, God
and then people who are preaching about renewable energy are they're trying to prevent them from sticking the fork into the electrical outlet of like, yeah, let's just make our entire economy contingent upon oil.
Any civilization needs. America can do it best. So it's what the Biden administration is doing is the complete opposite of what should be done with our energy agenda.
And your senator, Senator Sullivan, has been on the Biden administration now over regulatory policy, because that's got a really negative impact on the development of safe and efficient energy here in the U.S. He wants to use the Congressional Review Act to go after these executive orders of the Biden administration. Can that be done? Should it be done?
I am so thankful that our Senator Sullivan is on this, because as you hopefully are paying attention to, I know you guys are, otherwise you wouldn't be here at Cpac. Cpac is known for the activism, for those in the arena ready to duke it out in the arena of ideas and debate. I'm not calling for physical violence, of course, don't accuse me of that. But yes, so Senator Sullivan understanding
duke it out in the marketplace of ideas.
Power that we're witnessing now with the Biden administration, whether it's regulatory aspects of oil.
I want a time machine back 100 years where everyone's defending
executive orders and emergency
the usage of
what they're doing is
dirty burning coal. Like, it's actually so good. Think about Appalachia. You'll be completely ruining the economy of West Virginia.
Things like that create this atrophy in the foundation of America will destroy America. It's like Lincoln said, we're not going to be destroyed from foreign forces coming on in. It's going to be from within if we allow things that are so anti-constitutional to be able to usurp, for instance, the balance of power. So yes, Dan Sullivan is right on. In
make sure nobody tries to usurp the balance of power.
I was a mayor, a city manager.
That would be really bad if that were to happen. If somebody were to claim that
in Alaska,
the system is unfair whenever it's operating as intended.
From these faceless, nameless bureaucrats and politicians in this bubble in D.C., they think they know best, how to...
I wonder who Lincoln was saying that about.
They don't believe in science. They don't believe in geology and geography and biology, and they try to, rewrite all these rules. We have to pay attention to what, for instance, the Biden administration is doing today. They have a policy in play. It's called the Biden 30 by 30, 34-30 plan, where by 2030, they want 30% of all federal lands locked up for any kind of development, any kind of commercial, residential development. And things like that specific plan kind of goes under the wire. Not a whole lot of people hear about it, realize it, because the fake news, the media, they won't report on the important things in life, right, that we're dealing with. So we need to pay attention and make sure that we support things like Senator Dan Sullivan's proposal there to kind of rein in that abuse of power from the Biden administration.
So as the governor of that state, which is like 2.5 times the size of Texas.
2.5 sizes.
One congressional district, 2.5
I told him that backstage.
She set me up.
We have fun here.
Successful in developing energy the right way. What were the keys to that, and what should America be looking to do right now to develop our domestic energy?
You know what I had to do when I ran for office? I had to promise to clean up corruption in Alaska. We had a group up there of lawmakers, and they were
I'm going to clean up corruption. No, now corruption's gone.
They actually had trucker hats embroidered CBC, and it stood for Corrupt Bastards Club. And they were proud of what it was that they were doing to gain favoritism and personal gain from oil companies. I had to fight that, some within my own party, the Republican Party, and I said, we have to fight the corruption with big business and with politicians, the favoritism, the crony capitalism. Otherwise, nobody's going to trust us to be able to do it right. So that was the first step.
Cronyism is dead.
The first step in Congress, too, is cleaning up this corruption. Look at what Pelosi's doing. Look at what Biden's doing. That for too long, you guys, many people have felt like, well, you know, is that just status quo? Is that par for the course? Are we just going to have to live with it? We don't have to just live with it. We need fighters in Congress.
What is it and what is that?
And in the White House who understand what's at stake right now. And the good guys in office, and there are good guys in office, those Freedom Caucus members, I love them, and I hope I hook up with them. So the Freedom Caucus members, they need reinforcements. They need more numbers. They need more votes on their side in order to have the investigations so that we can get a handle on and cure, stop the corruption that's going on in Washington, D.C. We hear a lot about investigations, but do you ever hear any outcomes? Does anybody ever end up shackled or anything else? No, it's just a lot of yakking because we haven't had enough numbers in Congress. So we need to change that.
And one of the things that every person in this room believes
if we elect some more senators, then we'll pass bills.
Yes, yes.
And I know that in Alaska, you've got some rules that kind of run in the opposite direction.
A phone call.
Tell us about those real
No
quickly,
thanks.
so that folks here that have
Phone call from a number I don't recognize. Never answer.
can understand what's going on way up north.
And I think a lot of people in every state, local, state elections and national elections, we're seeing an atrophy there, too, of integrity within our elections. In Alaska, we have this bizarre system that's been newfangled, that's been newly adopted, where we have a ranked choice voting system where it doesn't matter if you win by getting the most votes. Really, it matters if you have more second and third place votes according to how the voters are ranking you. And it's bizarre, it's convoluted, it's complicated, and it results in voter suppression. It results in a lack of enthusiasm for voters to even want to participate because it's so weird. So we have this ranked choice voting system. These are elements of a perfect bad storm, by the way. We have mail-in only ballots now. We have the Dominion
does that too.
system.
Yeah, it's
No
voter suppression is whenever voting is easier.
Other states need to pay attention. Donald Trump was up there a couple weeks ago rallying for me, rallying for Alaska, saying, pay attention to Alaska and pay attention, United States of America. Don't let what's going to go on in Alaska. It's a test case. We're the first to happen to your states. Otherwise, yes, the integrity of our elections. Integrity.
Sarah Palin, famous for understanding.
That's the cornerstone of.
She is the politician understander.
So if we cannot trust free and fair elections, that too is why our country crumbles. So pay attention to what's going on in our state with this newfangled, weird kind of voting system that is confusing everyone. Lo and behold,
It's too complicated, you know. Just pick the guy or the gal that you want in the office. But make sure that you register by mail and you know, maybe we should like test people on whether or not, you know, they're smart enough or they know enough to vote, or maybe you have to pay like a fee or something, you know.
And if Alaska has to be the test case,
that way only real Americans are getting to vote.
This primary, they called it a primary, but there were 50 candidates in my race. You didn't have to declare what party you're in, and I won that handedly. I got more votes than anybody else, and I was so grateful for that, but it wasn't winner take all. No, what they did with that then is take them the top vote getters, and then they go on to this next process.
Doesn't Sarah hate the Electoral College now?
You know,
well, the Electoral College is simple because it's what we already have.
Anyway, it's a bizarre system, and just, you know, considering the source that it came from Lisa Murkowski's camp, should have told our Republican lawmakers there's something amiss with it right there.
And simply stated, if we can't trust the vote, there are no winners.
Well,
and so we've got to get to a point where we have election integrity restored at every level for every race. I want to go to a different subject though, because as governor,
you should look up the HR1 voter bill.
Is to our future because of our children. And
if you're not familiar with it, chat.
How we've gotten so far
it's just like
in our educational system.
It's like law after law after law after law that would all be beneficial changes. Just actually every single one of them is a hit.
I don't know why the federal government
all bangers
in our states and communities
that
and local
Republicans vehemently claim is going to be the Democrats trying to steal every single election for the rest of forever.
To handle. Local government is always most effective and most efficient. So taking more of the power out of the federal government as they're creating these mandates.
Automatic voter registration, what? You just want to give people ballots and ask them who they want to be elected? Just like that?
I have an affinity.
You want to be able to just show up to the poll and cast a vote?
But it comes down to common sense and what the curriculum should be, you know, getting back to the basics.
The bill, it's HR 1. Was it called like the For the People?
That's what we need to do is get back.
What was the catchy title? I forget. Were they calling that one like the For the People Act?
There are more of us than there are of them.
Something stupid sounding like that.
Their hands tied and be told that they have to teach this critical race theory and these things that really have nothing to do with the life skills and the basic education that our kids need today.
Yeah, every Republican will claim that it's the Democrats trying to steal every election for the rest of forever.
And speak truth to what the heck is going on because, yep, that's another thing, you guys, the trajectory of our public school system, where it's going. If we don't get in there as activists and change things today, it's now or never, then we're not going to
right now, urgent, go now. Vote with your wallet. Give us money.
Of America that was promised by Barack Obama. Remember this?
Obama.
Right before the 2008 election, he was a candidate. A couple days before the election,
he's so salty still.
Folks, we're
He's
just
still mad.
days away from fundamentally transforming America. Now, okay, he told us what was going to happen, and still, I mean, people voted for him. But you only fundamentally
She's so salty. She's mad.
Something for which you have disdain. You want to wipe that.
She wanted to be VP.
And then you want to rebuild it. That's the definition of fundamental transformation. So all these things that are going on today, whether it's in the educational system, with regulation of oil and gas so that we lock everything up and ask other countries to do it for us, whether it's open borders, all these issues that we've been dealing with, you guys, it's all part of this purposeful fundamental.
How many Canadians flock into Alaska to corrupt the states? You know, how many? Why do we not talk about like our North Dakotan border?
Freedom-loving pro-Americans. We either take that back
Why is that?
or we lose it, and there is no alternative to America. There's nothing like this before, today, after. America is it. And if you love America as much as I know you do, you're at Cpac, then you too will feel that passion and you'll get out there. Everybody doing their own part. We all have a part to play in this.
And you talked about getting back to basics, and I think we all agree with that, and moving away from the nonsense of critical race theory and the 1619 movement, et cetera, and you talked about fundamentals. And one of the fundamentals that I think is so vitally important is civics education that we've moved.
There's several higher freedom index alternative countries to live in. Well, you see, America is freedom. So it's actually impossible to be more free than America, considering that America is freedom.
If we required every graduating senior from Pennsylvania's and United States high schools to pass a basic citizenship test, because then we'd at least know they had read the Constitution, had some idea about the rule of law and the separation of powers. What do you think, Governor?
I'd rather see Democrats have to pass some kind of civics test and understand what our Constitution says and put their grade on a ballot before we say yay or nay to their service that they're offering.
Let's test at the polls.
Yes, the naturalized citizens.
Let's have people they have to pass a civics test before they can vote.
They follow the rules, and they've helped build this country, and it's beautiful and it's wonderful, and all the contributions that they provide us. But the way that it's being allowed to done now with the illegal aliens, they're doing it, you guys, to bring in more voters. This is the ultimate goal. Give out freebies, incentivize illegals to come on over so that they have more voters. That's the bottom line, and I know you guys probably do know that. But the way that you did it was right, and I applaud you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And the folks backstage, Governor, are telling us that our time is running short. But you and I both know that we can stay here for as long as we want.
Right.
But we're the only thing standing between all these good people and dinner. So I'll try to wrap it up with a couple of quick questions. The most important of which is you were famous for making a comment once upon a time that the only difference between hockey moms and pit bulls was lipstick. So now that you are at least rumored to have a new supporter in your entourage, Ron Duguay, the famed NHL star, what's the difference between hockey fans and Barracudas? Because I know there used to be a nickname of that sort attached to you.
That's right, and I hope there are a lot of New York Rangers fans here. Not so much Islander fans, right? I mean, because
hockey. Whoa, I'm from Alaska.
Yes, Ron Duguay, nicest guy in America. He's French-Canadian, so his perspective on freedom, on capitalism, how important it is that he shares that perspective with me, because he doesn't want to happen to America what has happened to Canada. Doggone it, that's a beautiful country, and yet look what's happened to them with the socialism. But so that
Canada bad with the geez, with Canada they're so socialist up there, you know, the healthcare and
the teleprompter broke when I was reading my speech. I knew what I was going to say, but the teleprompter's running, and then it stopped, and I started ad-libbing, and I saw a group of delegates out there, and they were all wearing hockey jerseys, and I'm like, yeah, you know the difference between a hockey mom and a pitbull and lipstick. So I was ad-libbing that. But it's funny, you guys, as the teleprompter
it'd be so bad if that were to happen.
Anymore, I looked at him like, now I wonder if that's providential. I wonder if that's an indication.
I actually think we should get rid of Medicare and Medicaid.
Being run, and it was.
So that way we're less like Canada.
That has worked in campaigns on a professional level, one of the most amazing moments, because you never even hesitated. Just went as smooth as silk with your ad lib. And America loved you for it. We all admired you for it. And let me tell you, these folks all admire what you're doing and what's yet to come. So we know she's back.
Trudeau is famously teaching CRT and BLM. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Notorious black person Justin Trudeau.
Fire Pelosi, save America.
They really should have changed that tagline after those beach pictures of Pelosi came out. All right. Is that a wrap? He's got, dude, they're so big. Her titties are so huge. She's got exceptional milkies. I really can't believe it was a secret to me for so long.